1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Ένα, δύο, τρία, τέσσερα, πέντε. Ένα, δύο, τρία, τέσσερα, πέντε.
It is a special honor for the Holy Metropolis to host the present International Patrology Conference, which has now become an institution for the scientific research, and in particular, in the field of patrology, the history of doctrines and dogmatics. This year's conference has another special interest. Its topic focuses on the theological work of the First Ecumenical Council, Nicaea of Bithynia, 325 AD, on the occasion of the completion 2 years later of 1,700 years since the convocation of the Council. In a pioneering way, before the beginning of the official celebrations, your conference will examine many overlooked aspects of the work of the Synod, the many open questions and the status of the questions with its structures and operation, but also with the effect of its decisions, mainly theological ones, for the further development of the theology of later synods, ecumenical, local, and of the fathers of the Church. We welcome you to our city and the prefecture of Messinia, and we wish you a pleasant stay. The weather still allows you to take sea baths during the breaks of the work of the Synod and to visit the various archaeological sites and the two important museums, the archaeological and the Vikis Karelias Museum of Traditional Greek Customs. I wish you success in your work, and we hope that your conclusion will contribute positively to the resolution and to the scientific development and documentation of the various relevant historical and theological problems. We also await the publication of the proceedings of the conference for a more systematic and in-depth study. Due to my non-scheduled absence abroad in order to participate in a conference in Sydney, Australia, I will not have the pleasure of meeting, participating, and associate with you. I apologize, but it was an insurmountable matter. I will be represented at the conference by the Most Reverend Archimandrite Alexios Aronis, who will be at your disposal for any questions. Have a nice day and good success at the conference. With my best wishes and blessings, Chrysostomos of Messinia.
Thank you. So I can be heard appropriately. Yeah. Thank you so much, Very Reverend Archimandrite Alexios Aronis, for reading us this message of His Eminence Metropolitan Chrysostomos of Messinia, who unfortunately cannot be with us. I know him since 2005 as a member of the International Commission for Orthodox Catholic Theological Dialogue, and I'm most grateful that he could come here. Dear Reverend Fathers, dear colleagues and friends, it is my honor and joy to welcome you to our 11th Patristic Colloquy, which we can have in Kalamata thanks to the generosity and kindness of His Eminence Metropolitan Chrysostomos of Messinia and the Holy Diocese. It was our colleague from the very beginning in 2001 in Vienna, Professor Georgios Marcellos, who transmitted the readiness of His Eminence to host us, and he helped me readily in quite a number of questions. I want to thank very much Reverend Archimandrite Philippos for his very effective and kind support. He did his best in the preparation of this colloquy to ensure the success of the conference. I thank the Very Reverend Archimandrite Father Alexios Aronis, the representative of His Eminence among us, who will be present all the days of our colloquy. Unfortunately, the Metropolitan Father Philippus have to go for a trip to Australia and cannot be with us. Here you find an overview what I want to share with you in this introduction. And we can maybe go to the next file. Einleitung. Yeah, okay. We can go scroll down. So for those who are happy to read the text, they can read. First, I want to introduce this series of patristic colloquies for those who are not so familiar with it. We started in 2001 with these patristic colloquies in Vienna on the initiative of Isabel de Andia and Cardinal Schönborn, the Archbishop of Vienna, with the topic Christus bei den Vätern, Christ with the Fathers. After another colloquy in Vienna on the Holy Spirit in the Church, the series of topics on Trinitarian theology was complete with God, Father, and Creator in Luxembourg, and this was in the years 2003, respectively in 2005. In 2006, Cardinal Schönborn asked me to take over the task from Isabel, and I organized a colloquy in the monastery Brancovian in Romania near Sibiu on unity and Catholicity of the Church on the first two of the ecclesiastical characteristic, the Note Ecclesiae. In Thessaloniki, we dealt with the other two note, the holiness and apostolicity of the Church in 2009, also already with the help of Professor Marcellus. And I make a sideline, a comment. Originally, he asked Metropolitan Paisius of Leros and Kalymnos to host us, but the foreseen center was not yet ready. But I had the special joy to come to this place with the coordinating committee of the Orthodox Catholic Dialogue Commission in 2017. And this meeting took place after the plenary in Chieti in 2016. What we decided in Leros was partly fulfilled recently, beginning of June in Alexandria, was the new Alexandria document. And I may say a bit more, if you like, on this dialogue tomorrow evening. From 2001 until 2009, all the colloquies have been organized under the auspices of the Vienna Foundation Pro Oriente. Because of limits in personnel and finances, they could not continue. The participants wanted to continue, and therefore I tried to find means and place. Thus, we held in 2012 in Esztergom the next colloquy as guests of Cardinal Erdő, the Archbishop of Esztergom and Budapest, suggested and helped by Athanás Orosz, who became Bishop of Miskolc, Hungarian Catholic, and he was the first exarch in 2011 and became bishop in 2015. Our topic was for us and for our salvation. Ivan Christoph from Sofia was then in 2015 the local organizer in Bulgaria for our colloquy on the topic Sophia, the wisdom of God, held in Varna, where Metropolitan Ioan of Varna and Veliki Preslav hosted us in 2015. Thomas Jempin took the charge to organize our colloquy in Warsaw, Poland, on Pronoia, the providence of God, in 2017, and the Archbishop of Warsaw with Cardinal Nitsch hosted us. In 2019, we came to Lviv in Ukraine, to the Ukrainian Catholic University, and had the colloquy on Imago Dei, as Konstantin Sigov and Daria Morozova proposed, and the dean of the UKU, Roman Zawisky, helped a lot and prepared a beautiful place for us. Finally, we went back to Vienna, where we started exactly 20 years ago, and Pro Oriente organized and helped with tireless commitment. The topic was inherited sin, ? The acts are nearly finished, and we hope to publish the book at least 2024, if not yet in 2023. The Jubilee Colloquy was celebrated with a festive evening together with Cardinal Schönborn, Bishop Athanas and Isabel de Andia. Other participants from the very beginning in 2001, like Metropolitan Hilarion of Volokolamsk and Father Andrew Laus, shared their views via Zoom. Bishop José Rico Pavés of Jerez de la Frontera sent a video with his greetings. Archbishop Elpidophoros Lambriniadis of America now, a greeting address. Now, with this 11th colloquy in Kalamata, we start the third decade of our work. Just a few words on the participants. From the first colloquy in 2001 are among us still Vittorino Grossi, Lenka Karfikova, Andrew Laus, Franz Mali, Georgios Marcellos, and myself. Michel Stavroux will come tomorrow on Thursday, that is 7. Unfortunately, Isabel de Andia for the first time cannot be with us because of her other duties. She has to give lectures to a religious community since years, especially in this time. We welcome new participants, Carlo Dell'Osso from Rome, Notka Baumann and Jens Gehry from Erfurt, Sofia Puchkova from UK now, but originally from Russia, Nikolai Kiel from Münster, or now recently from Frankfurt, Father Claudio Tutto from Romania. Another new participant, Juan Antonio Gaetan Luna, Augustinian father, finally had to resign because of his new appointment as librarian at the Istituto Patristico Augustinianum in Rome. The participants of this colloquy are coming from the following countries: from Greece, from Czech lands, Italy, France, Germany, Poland, Bulgaria, Great Britain, Spain, Romania, Ukraine, Norway, Switzerland, Sweden, or even the United States, but also Russia, Austria, and Ireland, if we include the homelands, the home countries. I will now say a few words on the aim, the scopus of this patristic colloquies. Most of us are Orthodox or Catholic scholars in patristics, coming from European countries. That means it is an ecumenical enterprise, but with an academic background. And usually the participants are not hierarchs, although some became later hierarchs, like Hilarion Alfeyev, he participated already in the very first colloquy in 2001, as well as Elpidophoros Lambriniadis and Rico Pavés, Athanas Oros, not to speak then later of Alexander Galitzin or Johann Boni. Athanas Oros was also inspiring for this topic of Nicaea. He suggested this topic. Thus, we are not representatives of our churches, despite some may act sometimes as such, though in other contexts, like myself or Taras Kromic, who is now in the dialogue with the disciples of Christ. If you like, I hope to give some insight also in the dialogue Orthodox Catholic as a sideline for those who are interested in. Our host, His Eminence Metropolitan Chrysostomus of Messinia, is a member of the Joint International Commission for Theological Dialogue between the Roman Catholic Church and the Orthodox Church, so the full title, the official title, since 2005, as it was the restart of the dialogue after the plenary in Baltimore in 2000. He's also a member of the Joint Coordinating Committee since 2005, where we had been together since then. He's professor of patrology at the Faculty of Theology at the University of Athens. So as a whole, I would simply put it that we are or became during the years a European network of patristic scholars, Orthodox and Catholic. I regret that some of the former participants are not here because of different reasons. So we miss also papers in the first section, The Way to Nicaea of Zdravko Jovanovic from Belgrade. He wanted to speak on Justin. Of Reverend Juan Antonio Gaitan Luna, he wanted to speak on the Son of God according to the fourth gospel in pre-Nicene exegesis. And we had also the offer of Karolina Kochancik-Boninska from Warsaw to give a paper on the ambiguity of the term ousia on the example of dogmatical treatises of Basil the Great. And Pablo Algarate also cannot come from Graz, and he wanted to present a paper on a developed pneumatology, one of Nicaea's pending tasks. I want to transmit you good wishes. I already last December 2022, I could inform His All Holiness Patriarch Bartholomew of Constantinople about our colloquies and was able to present him with a copy of our colloquy in Lviv, Imago Dei. I informed him also at this occasion about the upcoming colloquy in Kalamata on the topic of Nicaea. He wished us good success. And later, 8th of March 2023, he sent me his patriarchal benediction. Cardinal Koch, the prefect of the Dicastery for Promoting Christian Unity, wrote in his email from 14th of September this year that he wishes us good success for this upcoming patristic colloquy with its again appealing program. Surprisingly, I can add also the good wishes of Sebastian Brock from Oxford, the leading scholar, world leading scholar in Syriac studies. And Sebastian and his wife Helen, he wrote on the 16th of September 2023, I hope your conference in Kalamata goes well. Many years ago, Helen, his wife, was on an excavation at the site not far from Kalamata and has very happy memories of it. So they know where we are. Good wishes also from those who could not come because of different reasons. Yesterday, I got a mail from Johannes Arnold, Frankfurt, and he asked me to give his cordial greetings to you. He wishes us an important new insights and a good exchange even beyond the academic work. So I would like then again to look a little bit on those who cannot be with us, especially memory is with Daniel Buddha. You know that he got a stroke in the first half of the year in Regensburg at the end of a colloquy in Regensburg, and that he fell into coma. For a long time, he was then taken care of and then brought recently back to Romania. Father Adrian Pudaro knows more about all these things, and he informed me about. And there he had a second stroke. I mention him especially because he was so interested to come to this colloquy. He was present also at the colloquy at a conference in Istanbul last year, organized by the Ecumenical Patriarchate and the institution in Bologna of Meloni, Fondazione Scienze Religiose. And there he asked me twice, when is the date when it will take place? So I really felt that he was very much looking forward to come. So I simply commend him into your prayers. Yes, I mentioned already that Pablo Agarata cannot come as a dean. He has to be with the farewell lecture of a colleague tomorrow, so he cannot come. And Gaitan Luna became now the librarian of the Augustinianum. He cannot leave the place. Carolina got a new position in the university, and this month is very important for the organization. I also have to give the greetings of Father Dominique Gonnet of Lyon. He has to be at the place because there's a new organization of the Source Chrétienne, and he has to, especially during this week, he had to be there to introduce the new people there. And Zdravko Jovanovic wanted to be here, especially also to give his greetings to his Eminence Metropolitan Chrysostomos, as he was a disciple of him in Athens, and but his elder daughter has a surgery this week, and so he did not want to leave her alone at this very moment. Also, I mentioned already Isabel de Andia. Also, Sebastian Matejescu is involved in a new work. Georgiana Hoyan cannot be present because her brother will marry, and he sends also her greetings. Georgi Kabriev cannot come, and also I asked new possible candidates to join us, like Philippe Amplodo or Josef Rist or Stefanos Athanasiou. They would be in favor to join us, but they are booked with other work. Now, I want to address the topic of our colloquy. I think I don't mention a lot on Nicaea as such. We know especially that the outcome was the symbol, so-called Nicene symbol, which was from the 19th of June in 325, and the canons. May I have the next Nicaea Kinzig, the last flyer. The last. Okay. Now, this just to mention, we have quite a number of colloquies, of conferences on Nicaea. I mentioned already maybe one of the first last year, 1st and 2nd of December 2022. Pistoiamen, it was called, and a nice symposium with leading scholars on especially the 4th century, like Kinzig, like Graumann, like Nicomedes, Menos, and some others. And now the next colloquy will follow next Monday in Bamberg. Nicaea 325 Council of the Ecumene. And here you see there are Graumann, Evangelos Chrysos, Josef Rist, Brennecke, Matthias Simpel, Giulio Maspero, Winfried Büttner, Peter Frankic, and Alberto Ferreiro, Zieme, Van Buren, Grohe from Rome, Uwe Michael Lang, Thomas Franken, Uli Roth, Thomas Brügel, Peter Bruns, and Sylvia Somogi. So there's a colloquy Monday, Tuesday next week. So that is only one example of a series of other colloquies. But then I might especially draw your attention to this text. It is a copy of the 4-volume Faith, Symbols of Faith, edited by Wolfram Kinzig, which should be probably in the future the tool in order to work with symbols of faith. And in order to just to highlight the text of the symbol, so you find here the Greek text and underlined biblical questions, and then in English we believe in one God, the Father Almighty, maker of all things, both visible and invisible, and in one Lord Jesus Christ, the Son of God, begotten from the Father, only begotten, that is, from the substance of the Father, God from God, light from light, true God from true God, begotten, not made, consubstantial with the Father, through whom all things came into being, both things in heaven and things on earth, who for us humans and for our salvation descended, became incarnate, was made human, suffered, on the third day rose again, ascended into heaven, will come to judge the living and the dead, and in the Holy Spirit. And then there are the anathemas. The Catholic and Apostolic Church anathematizes those who say there was a time or when he was not, and he was not before he was begotten, and that he came to be from nothing, or those who claim that the Son of God is from another hypostasis or substance, or created, or alterable, or mutable. So these are sayings, sentences which are rejected. So far, the text as such, but I come back to the topic as such, and my intention is to address only two points. I want to add a remark on the Holy and Great Council of the Orthodox Church, and then on the Synod. It's not, is this big? Can it be read? No. Bigger. How can I enlarge, zoom? Sorry.
Enter plus.
Huh?
Enter plus. Plus.
Yeah, I don't see. Here, I found. Thank you. I found.
Here.
Yeah. I see. I found it. Okay, it's better. Yeah, thank you. So we are used to speak of the Holy and Great Council of the Orthodox Church, meaning the Synod of Crete from June 18 to 26 in 2016, after the Orthodox Pentecost, gathering 10 Orthodox local churches. So this title, Holy and Great Council, is found also at the official homepage and in the documents which were decided upon in this during the Synod. This title seems to take up a nomenclature of the letter of the Synod of Nicaea to the Egyptians, where we read at the beginning that, quote, "To the holy, by the grace of God and great church of the Alexandrians, the bishops assembled at Nicaea, constituting the great and holy synod." You have this wording. The next paragraph starts too with, quote, "Since by the grace of God, the great and holy synod, he megale kai agia synodos in Nicaea synekrotete, has been convened at Nicaea." We have in the old text of the 4th century the other sequence, the great and holy, instead of holy and great. However, the Latin translation in Opit's edition of the Greek text had Sanctum et Magnum Concilium, respecta Sancta et Magna Synodos, not totally true to the Greek original. So, and you can just look at these things on this homepage, 4th century documents of the early Arian controversy. So this letter of the Council of Nicaea to the Egyptian Church of the 23rd June 325 is found in several sources. I have here, you find these sources. And you can see that this letter is document 23 and Urkunde 25. I refer here to the critical edition by Brennecke, Heil, and so on, which is, best, in my view, best document of the text. And therefore we speak always from document and Urkunde. That's the wording. Urkunde is the wording of Opitz, and then later Urkunde of the group of editors around Brennecke. Just to jump into the texts. So far, the authenticity of this letter of the council to the Egyptian church was not questioned to my knowledge. However, Pietras, in his study, and I refer here to the book Henrik Petras, Council of Nicaea 325, Religious and Political Context Documents and Commentaries of 2016, which is, I have it here somewhere, which is helpful because it has a lot of English translations and had made a new approach. He is questioning it, the authenticity, and thought, because of several points, he thinks that it is a falsification. It fits better in the time of the successor of Athanasius, of Peter II of Alexandria, from 373 to 381. And Peter II tried to bring back the Church of Alexandria to the Nicene faith. So there are some ideas, you can find in this text, which led Pietras in this direction. I just mentioned it. I wrote a letter to Uta Heil, and she commented upon that, and she would not follow his judgment. I simply can say, even if it would not be an authentic formulation of the council, it would at least date from the second part of the 4th century, so very old, or indeed also. So this simply as to have an idea about scientific debates in this regard. I come now, my second remark would be dealing with the reception of Nicaea in the Church of the East in the Sassanid kingdom, because we have to take into consideration that this symbol was received by the churches in East and West, and even in the East beyond the Roman Empire. And therefore, I would like to address or refer to these things which we know from scholarly work. The reception of Nicaea in the Church of the East. At the beginning of the 5th century, after the great persecution in the Persian kingdom under Shapur II, it became possible under Shah Yazdegerd I to convene the bishops of the Persian kingdom, the Christian bishops, in the capital Seleucia Ctesiphon in 410. 2 Roman bishops, Marusa of Malferkat and Acacius of Amida, were present as envoys with letters from bishops of Syria and Mesopotamia, including the Metropolitan Porphyrios of Antioch, and they presided over the synod. They brought with them the documents of Nicaea, especially the symbol and the canons. According to Labour, a very known scholar on the Persian church, Maruta could convince the Persian king to call a general assembly of Eastern prelates, which could be for Persian Christians what the Council of Nicaea had been for the churches of the Roman world. En français, sut convaincre le monarque et le décida à provoquer une réunion générale des prélats orientaux qui put être pour les chrétiens entiers persane ce qu'avait été le concile de Nicée pour les églises du monde romain. At this synod of Mar Ishaq, the name of the Catholicos, in 410 in Seleucia Ctesiphon, the symbol of Nicaea and the canons have been adopted. However, we can question what was the original wording of the symbol. In the collection of the decisions of synods of the East Syriac Church, they call themselves Church of the East already in the 1st millennium, the Synodicon Orientale, The pure Nicaeum is found, but in a revised terminology, which was initiated only around 500 by the anti-Chalcedonian Philoxenus of Mabuk. So that the problem is that the Syriac version you have there is in the wording from a later time with a specific time. So the question arises, what was the original? In this revision of the symbols of Nicaea and of Constantinople, the two verbs indicating the incarnation, et gasham, to be endued with a body, and heva barnasha, to be a man, have been replaced by the verbs et basar, to have taken flesh, and et banash, to become man, in order better to translate sarcotenta and enanthropesanta of the symbol. And in the same direction, you find Barkiana for homoousios, which was then replaced by Bar Itusa. So, André de Aleu. Gribaumont, or the pure Nicaeum, was inserted by the compilator. In the West Syriac Synodicon, edited by Arthur Phoebus, it was proved significantly older, the West Syriac version, with regard to terminology, because there we find Lebesh, Pagra, and Heva Barnasha, they put on body and become men. The symbol of the Persian bishops, so according to de Aleu, how does it come from? It is very likely that the acts of the Synod of 410 were preceded by a confession of faith. That, I think you can await, that was clear. But at the end, André de Aleu summarizes the results of his philological and historical analysis as follows, and I quote, Ainsi le symbole persiaque de type antiochien, que le symbole de 410 transforma en paix, le symbole des évêques des Perses, représente-t-il la version la plus ancienne connue du type oriental? Peut-on le qualifier pour autant de symbole primitif de l'Église perse? Je me garderai, pour ma part, d'une assertion aussi absolue et aussi générale. Ce qui reste très possible à mes yeux, c'est que les pères réunis autour d'Isaac et de Maruta aient pris pour modèle de leur profession nicéique un de leurs symboles locaux traditionnels. Et pourquoi pas, en l'occurrence, celui de la métropole de Séleucique-Ctésiphone, dont le synode qui y siégeait sous la coprésidence de son évêque allait précisément consacrer la suprématie juridictionnelle dans l'Empire sassanide. Fin de la citation. So far, just a look at some of the questions which are involved with Nicaea, because we don't have a paper on this question, but not to forget how the symbol was received in Christianity already in the 4th and 5th century. So far, I thank you very much. These are just my introductory words, and I hope and wish you a good colloquy. Our next speaker will be Professor Marcellos.
Thank you. First of all, allow me to express my pleasure and thanks to God, of course, that I am with you in this very important colloquy in Kalamata. The title of my paper, as you can see, is From the Ecumenical Authority and Exclusivity of the Nicene Creed to the Ecumenical Reception of the Nicene Constantinopolitan Creed, Motivation and Steps of this process. It is a fact that until the Council of Chalcedon, 451, there was no other creed of indisputable ecumenical authority in the conscience of the Church except the one drawn up by the Council of Nicaea. This was mainly the baptismal creed, which gradually replaced all local baptismal creeds that were in use in East and West within the Church. However, this in turn was replaced in the worship mainly of the Eastern Church by a more theologically perfect creed, the Creed of the Council of Constantinople, 381, which acquired a similar ecumenical authority to that of the Nicene Creed and is known as the Nicene Constantinopolitan Creed. Of course, the Council of Constantinople that drew it up did not aim for its creed to acquire an ecumenical authority in order to replace or even make useless the Nicene Creed. That's why already in its first canon, it explicitly and clearly defined that the Creed of Nicaea should not be violated and set aside. Besides, we must bear in mind that as a synod, it had no such competence because it was not convened from the beginning as an ecumenical one, but only as a general synod of the Eastern Church. At this point, the question reasonably arises. What happened so that the Creed of Constantinople acquired an ecumenical authority similar to the Nicene Creed, so that it essentially replaced it in the practice and life of the Eastern Church? Since the turning point in this development was the Council of Chalcedon, where for the first time this creed gained ecumenical recognition, in order to answer to this question, we should first of all look at the position held by the Nicene Creed during the pre-Chalcedonian period in the life of the Church, and then enter into the examination of the reasons that led the Council of Chalcedon to the ecumenical promotion and reception of the Constantinopolitan Creed as equivalent to the Nicene one. Paragraph 1. The ecumenical authority and exclusivity of the Nicene Creed during the pre-Chalcedonian period. The belief that prevailed in the Church already immediately after the Council of Nicaea was, as Athanasius of Alexandria notes, that the faith of the Nicene Fathers, reflected in their creed, was capable and self-sufficient, both for the overthrow of any impious heresy and for the security of the Church's teaching. Besides, it was for this very reason that the Council of Constantinople, although it drew up its own creed in order to secure the Orthodox faith against Arianism and other heresies of the time, declared emphatically, already in its first canon, as we have said, its firm commitment to the faith of the Nicene Fathers. However, apart from the confrontation of Arianism, which was the main reason for the drafting of the Nicene Creed, the ecumenical authority and exclusivity of this creed as a basic criterion of orthodoxy was even more emphasized and consolidated at an ecumenical level during the confrontation and condemnation of Nestorianism at the Council of Ephesus, 431. In particular, when at this council, after the condemnation of Nestorius, the elder of Philadelphia, Harisius, stated that because many heretics of Lydia returning to the Orthodox faith did not sign the Nicene Creed, but a Nestorianizing confession of faith, he himself was forced to draw up his own Orthodox confession of faith, so that those returning to Orthodoxy would accept this and not the Nestorianizing one. The council reacted, expressing its unwavering commitment exclusively to the Nicene Creed. By a special rule, the so-called definition of Ephesus, known as the seventh canon of the council, which drew it up, it expressly forbade the composition or recitation of any other confession of faith than the Creed of Nicaea. It even stipulated that those who dare to draw up or present a confession of faith other than the Nicene Creed, for those who return to the Orthodox faith from any heresy, if they are clergy, be deposed, and if they are laymen, be anathematized. It is precisely for this reason that in the preface of the so-called Formula of Reunion, 433, in order to avoid any misunderstanding, it is emphasized that this formula is not an addition to the faith of the Nicene Fathers, namely to the Nicene Creed, but a necessary clarifying information, since, as it is clearly pointed out, the Nicene Creed is sufficient both for the knowledge of the Orthodox faith and for the renunciation of any heretical fallacy. This is also why Cyril of Alexandria, bearing in mind the definition of Ephesus, despite the acceptance of the Formula of Reunion, stresses with particular emphasis in his letter to John of Antioch that he remains literally faithful to the Nicene Creed without the slightest modification of it. However, with the outbreak of the heresy of monophysitism, it became clear that the Nicene Creed was not enough to face the Christological problem. On the contrary, it became the refuge to which many resorted to conceal their monophysite convictions. It is characteristic that in the Home Synod of 448, Eutyches already refused to confess both two natures in Christ after the Incarnation and the consubstantiality of his human nature with our own, invoking as proof of his orthodoxy only the Creed of Nicaea and the definition of Ephesus. In other words, the resource to the Nicene Creed and the definition of Ephesus was for Eutyches and his supporters the only presumption for the proof of their orthodoxy, as well as the main argument in their attempt to avoid any Diophysite formula in the formulation of the Christological doctrine. Above all, however, the acceptance of the Nicene Creed and the definition of Ephesus was for Dioscorus of Alexandria, the foundation of his ecclesiastical policy, which, as it is known, he imposed by force in the so-called Robber Synod, 449, when dealing with the issue that arose after the condemnation of Eutyches in the Home Synod of 448. This is on the basis of this very criterion that Flavian of Constantinople and Eusebius of Dorylaeum, who were Orthodox, were condemned in the Robber Synod, while Eutyches, who had been deposed in the Home Synod of 448, was restored. Flavian and Eusebius, namely, by condemning Eutyches and the Home Synod because he did not confess two natures after the union, were accused in the Robber Synod of attempting to add or to take away something from the faith set forth by the Holy Council of Nicaea, which was confirmed by the Holy and Ecumenical Council, which convened a short time ago at Ephesus, while Eutyches was considered orthodox and acquitted because he merely confessed his faith in the Creed of Nicaea and in the definition of Ephesus. It should be noted, however, that this tactic of insisting on the Creed of Nicaea and the definition of Ephesus was not first manifested by Eutyches in the Home Synod and Dioscorus in the Robber Synod. It had already appeared in Alexandria immediately after the reconciliation between Cyril of Alexandria and John of Antioch, 433, and was a way of polemics against the Formula of Reunion and indirectly against Cyril, who considered it irreproachable and had received it with pleasure and enthusiasm. Moreover, many extreme Alexandrians accused Cyril of having fallen into the trap of the Antiochians by accepting the formula of reunion and of having actually accepted a new creed, dishonoring the Creed of Nicaea and violating the definition of Ephesus. Of course, Cyril was forced to defend himself, writing letters of a great historico-dogmatic importance, in which he explained that the formula of reunion sent to him by the Antiochians was not an exposition of a new creed, but an apology to prove their Orthodox faith. However, the fanaticism of some Alexandrians was so great that they continued to oppose this unifying policy of Cyril, simply invoking the Creed of Nicaea and the definition of Ephesus. This opposition became even greater after the refusal of the Antiochians to condemn the teaching of Diodorus of Tarsus and Theodore of Mopsuestia. For the extreme Alexandrians, this attitude of the Antiochians was a proof of Cyril's erroneous ecclesiastical policy implemented in the reconciliation of 433. In fact, the main exponent of this reaction against Cyril's unifying policy was Dioscorus of Alexandria, who, as Edward Schwartz observes, owed his ascension to the archbishop's throne to the anti-Cyrillian current that prevailed in Alexandria after the reconciliation of 433. For this reason, it is not at all accidental that Dioscorus, by applying in the Robber Synod his above ecclesiastical policy based on accepting only the Creed of Nicaea and the definition of Ephesus, created the basic conditions under which the reconciliation of 433 was essentially driven to a complete wreck. It could be said that the Robber Synod was nothing more than the culmination of the ecclesiastical policy of Dioscorus, who, based on the Creed of Nicaea and the definition of Ephesus, tried to face the Antiochian Diophysitism, actually blowing up the reconciliation of 433 into the air. In this sense, the Creed of Nicaea, despite the additional and exclusive ecumenical authority it acquired with the definition of Ephesus, it became clear that it was not only insufficient to face the Christological problem that arose with the heresy of Eutyches, but it was also being exploited by monophysites and their supporters for the foundation of their heretical views. Paragraph B, the Creed of Constantinople and the Council of Chalcedon. With what already happened in the Robber Synod, it became obvious how deceitful and dangerous from an Orthodox point of view was the ecclesiastical policy of Dioscorus, which was based exclusively on the Nicene Creed and the definition of Ephesus. That is why, from the very beginning of the Council of Chalcedon, the imperial delegates who were responsible for maintaining order and discipline within the council turned against this ecclesiastical policy of Dioscorus. One of their first actions was their proposal that Flavian of Constantinople and Eusebius of Dorylaeum be declared innocent and that the 6 leaders of the Robber Synod be punished. The vindication of Flavian and Eusebius, who were condemned, as we have seen, in the Robber Synod, because they allegedly tried in the Home Synod of 448 to add or remove something from the faith of Nicaea, in practice overturned the basis on which Dioscorus founded his ecclesiastical policy. This, moreover, was the purpose of their proposal that the 6 leaders of the Robber Synod be punished. Only in this way would the road be opened for the easier consent of the fathers to the imperial will, which had the goal from the very beginning of the council to draw up an exposition of faith dealing with the Christological problem. This goal was already evident at the end of the first session, when the imperial delegates called on the fathers to expose their faith in writing conscientiously and without any fear. Indeed, in order to delineate the framework within which the fathers had to move in their written exposition of faith, they saw fit to refer to the emperor's faith. The emperor, in contrast to the criterion of orthodoxy that prevailed at the Roman Synod, accepted not only the Nicene Creed, but also the Creed of Constantinople, as well as the canonical letters and reports of earlier Holy Fathers. However, the question of drafting an exposition of faith was the main subject of the second session of the Council. From the very beginning of the session, the imperial delegates proposed to the fathers to draw up a doctrinal text in which they should clearly set forth the Orthodox faith without fear or grace or aversion. After all, as they pointed out, this was the main purpose of convening the Council. They even found the opportunity to stress again that both the emperor and they believe according to the faith of the 318 fathers of Nicaea, the 150 fathers of Constantinople, as well as the rest of the Holy Fathers. Thus, they made it clear in the Council that in this context, the criterion of Orthodox faith, which formed the basis of Dioscorus' ecclesiastical policy in the Roman Synod, no longer had a place in Chalcedon. Nevertheless, the fathers of the Council responded negatively to this proposal of the imperial delegates, ruling out any possibility of drawing up an exposition of faith. No one makes another exposition, they cried. Neither do we attempt nor dare to expound the faith. For the fathers taught, and what they set forth is presented in writing, and we cannot say anything contrary to them. Their objections were based, as it was natural, on the definition of Ephesus, which clearly forbade either the writing or the confession of any other exposition of faith than the Creed of Nicaea. In fact, on this point, the fathers of all sides of the Council agreed in principle. After all, many of them had taken part 2 years earlier in the Roman Synod, where the prohibitive character of the definition of Ephesus, forbidding any attempt to expound Orthodox doctrine, had been emphasized. However, apart from this prohibition contained in the definition of Ephesus, most of the Chalcedonian fathers who did not belong to the Alexandrian party believed that if the letter sent by Leo of Rome to Flavian of Constantinople, known as Tome, was accepted, where the heretical fallacy of Eutyches was adequately faced, the drafting of a new exposition of faith was not necessary. It is very characteristic that when Cecropius of Sevastopolis observed that the tome of Leo, signed by most of the fathers, was sufficient to deal with the situation arising from the heresy of Eutyches, the fathers shouted loudly. These things we all say, enough of what has been exposed. No other exposition of faith is allowed to be made. Nothing, however, was able to break the insistence of the imperial delegates, who not only remained unyielding in their initial demand, but with considerable diplomatic skill tried to convince the fathers of the necessity of drawing up an exposition of faith. However, the fathers remained adamant. They explicitly invoked the definition of Ephesus and categorically refused again to draw up any other exposition of faith beyond the Nicene Creed. The intransigence of the two parties was bridged by the intervention of Florentius of Sardis, who stressed that the time was not appropriate to accept and carry out the proposal of the imperial delegates, not only because the fathers were negatively deposed to their proposal, but also because they were completely unprepared to carry it out. It was not possible, he observed, for those who faithfully followed the decision of Nicaea and Ephesus to improvise in matters of faith. That's why he asked that the fathers be given time so that they might face the question of drawing up an exposition of faith with deliberation and not with hastiness. However, as he pointed out, for him personally, as for other fathers who signed Leo's tome, there was no need to draw up a new exposition of faith. Leo's tome was enough for them. The reference to the fathers of to the faith of Nicaea and Ephesus, as well as to the tome of Leo, gave the occasion to Cecropius of Sevastopolis to emphasize that the tome was nothing else but a recent confirmation of the faith of the 318 fathers of Nicaea, and therefore, in order to demonstrate their agreement with each other, he asked that these two texts be read. The imperial delegates accepted his proposal, but with one modification. After the Creed of Nicaea, they suggested that the Creed of Constantinople be read as well, in accordance with the content of the emperor's faith. It is noteworthy that their suggestion was not only accepted without opposition, but on the contrary, caused enthusiastic applause from the fathers of the council. As it is obvious, with this proposal, the imperial delegates were not only in complete harmony with the imperial ecclesiastical policy, which they had just set out at the council. They were certainly also aiming to set a precedent from the tradition of the church that would override the objections of the fathers to the drafting of an exposition of faith. By reading the Creed of Constantinople, and in fact, immediately after the Creed of Nicaea, they wanted to prove to the fathers of the council that the drafting or confession of another exposition of faith, such as that of the Creed of the Fathers of Constantinople, did not necessarily mean the rejection of the Nicene Creed and the breaking of the definition of Ephesus. Just as the Fathers of Constantinople drew up their creed without believing that they violated in this way the Creed of Nicaea, but on the contrary, being persuaded that they were renewing it according to the new circumstances of their time, something that can be clearly seen in the first canon they drafted. So the fathers of Chalcedon could do the same. They could namely draw up their own exposition of faith without meaning this, that they violate the Creed of Nicaea and by extension the definition of Ephesus, but on the contrary, that they renew the Nicene faith because of the Christological heresies. In the context of such a view, the objections of the fathers to the drafting of an exposition of faith could really have no place. And indeed, as it was subsequently shown after the reading of the Creed of Constantinople and the Tome of Leo, the way was opened without serious obstacles for the drafting of an exposition of faith. Acting in this way, the imperial delegates achieved not only the elevation of the Creed of Constantinople to the same level as the Creed of Nicaea, but also its ecumenical reception and promotion. In fact, taking advantage of the occasion that 3 passages of Leo's tome were contested by the bishops of Eastern Illyricum and Palestine, to whom these passages seemed Nestorianizing, they made a deliberate move that further promoted the ecumenical authority of the Creed of Constantinople alongside the Creed of Nicaea. Although the contestation of 3 passages of Leo's tome by the bishops of Eastern Illyricum and Palestine essentially referred to whether and to what extent these passages agreed with the Christological teaching of Cyril of Alexandria, and particularly with his 3rd letter to Nestorius, the imperial delegates asked the fathers to pronounce only on the agreement of the tome with the creeds of Nicaea and Constantinople. It's noteworthy that although the fathers, in expressing their opinion, referred as expected to the agreement of the tome with Cyril's Christological teaching, all of them, without the exception of the papal legates, also referred to the full agreement of the tome with the creeds of Nicaea and Constantinople, just as the imperial representatives had demanded. Thus, with the above request, the imperial delegates achieved that the Creed of Constantinople not only became the criterion of orthodoxy of Leo's tome, but also that its ecumenical authority was synodically and in the most official way recognized, even in relation to an also ecumenically accepted document in the council, such as Leo's tome. For this very reason, the fathers of Chalcedon definitively and officially sealing the ecumenical establishment of the Constantinopolitan Creed included it, together with the Creed of Nicaea, in the text of the definition of faith they drafted, considering it to be an affirmation of the same Catholic and Apostolic faith of the Nicene Fathers. In this context, it became, we think, clear why the Creed of Constantinople was characterized and remained in the consciousness of the Church as the Nicene Constantinopolitan Creed. I have a 3rd paragraph, but I don't know if we have time to read it. It is referring to the post-Chalcedonian significance of the Nicene Creed.
What pages?
Yeah. Okay. Despite the ecumenical prestige and prominence that the Creed of Constantinople acquired at the Council of Chalcedon, and despite its theological affinity and perfection in relation to the Nicene Creed, the ecumenical prestige and authority of the Nicene Creed continued to remain undiminished for many centuries in the conscience and liturgical practice of the Church. It is characteristic that when the Emperor Leo I, a few years after the Council of Chalcedon, asked the bishops and certain prominent monks of the Eastern Empire, as well as Leo of Rome, to express in writing their views on the doctrine of Chalcedon, most of them, in their reply letters, which constitute the so-called Codex Encyclius, emphasized the unquestionable ecumenical authority of the Nicene Creed. It should be even noted that the most of these bishops participated in the Council of Chalcedon, and moreover, some of them very actively, having decisively contributed to the ecumenical promotion and validity of the Creed of Constantinople within the Council. More specifically, in response to the Emperor's question about the doctrine of Chalcedon and its relationship with the earlier patristic tradition, they stressed that the Creed of Nicaea is what constitutes the dogmatic foundation of the Chalcedonian definition. With its definition, the Council of Chalcedon not only does not violate the Nicene Creed, as Dioscorus and his followers claimed, but on the contrary, aims to preserve it unscathed from the misinterpretations and falsifications of heretics. Moreover, as Basil of Seleucia and the bishops of his diocese observe in their reply letter, the fathers of Constantinople had done the same to preserve the faith of Nicaea unaltered, especially from the heresies of pneumatomachians and Apollinarists. Just as the fathers of Constantinople drew up a creed not to violate, but to preserve the faith of Nicaea from these heresies, so did the fathers of Chalcedon. They drafted a definition of faith with the sole purpose not to breach, but to preserve the Nicene Creed unscathed from the heresies of Nestorians and Eutychians. In other words, just as the Creed of Nicaea is the foundation of the Chalcedonian definition, so the Chalcedonian definition guarantees the correct understanding and interpretation of the Nicene Creed. That is why they characterize the definition of Chalcedon as a broad interpretation, interpretatio latio, of the Nicene Creed. It should be noted that this view of the Chalcedonian definition as an interpretation of the Nicene Creed is represented not only by Basil of Seleucia and the bishops of his diocese, but also by a wider group of metropolitans and bishops in the Codex Encyclius. All of them underline the primary importance of the Nicene Creed, which was also the baptismal symbol of the Church in East at that time. All the other councils after Nicaea are considered to have had a single purpose: to interpret and preserve the Nicene faith unscathed from the heresies that have appeared from time to time. In this sense, consequently, also the Creed of Constantinople, despite the ecumenical recognition and acceptance it received at the Council of Chalcedon, is also seen as an interpretation of the Nicene Creed and nothing more, although it gained an ecumenical recognition in the Council, similar to the ecumenical recognition of Nicene Creed. It is moreover particularly noteworthy that the exclusive adherence to the Nicene Creed did not disappear even a century after the Council of Chalcedon, as shown, for example, by the attitude of the Gazan fathers Varsanufios and John. The advice given by these two fathers to their spiritual children is characteristic, recommending them to refrain from the dogmatic debates that were obviously related to the post-Chalcedonian theological disputes, and to believe according to the faith of the Nicene Fathers, in which they were baptized and which they received from the Church at baptism. In other words, the exclusive adherence of the two Gazan fathers to the Nicene faith is due to the fact that this faith, namely the Nicene Creed, was at that time a baptismal confession with which the believer was bound for life at his baptism and which he constantly confessed in every liturgical assembly. In this sense, the dogmatic significance of the Nicene Creed still had at that time an exclusivity in relation to the later dogmatic ecumenical decisions of the Church, either it was the definition of Chalcedon or the Creed of Constantinople. However, over time, probably from the 8th century onwards, the Creed of Constantinople, having already assumed an ecumenical prestige capable to that of Nicaea, and apparently because of its great theological affinity and perfection in relation to that, replaced the Nicene Creed, so that the latter remained in disuse in the baptismal and liturgical praxis and life of the Eastern Church. The paradox in this historical evolution is that the Constantinopolitan Creed passed also into the liturgical practice of the Coptic Church, although this church, based on the definition of Ephesus, was arguing for the exclusivity of the Nicene Creed and subsequently rejected the Council of Chalcedon, in which the Creed of Constantinople acquired ecumenical authority. I come to my conclusion. After what we have said, we believe it became clear that the ecumenical authority and exclusivity of the Nicene Creed, which was secured at the ecumenical level by the definition of Ephesus, was overcome at the Council of Chalcedon because of the resolution of the problem of drafting an exposition of faith, which concerned the fathers of the Council. Thus, in order to enable the imperial delegates to circumvent the refusal of the fathers to draw up an exposition of faith during the discussion of this matter at the Council, they invoked the precedent of the 150 fathers of Constantinople, who drew up a symbol of faith without thereby violating the Nicene Creed. That is precisely why they asked for the Creed of Constantinople to be read immediately after the Nicene Creed, achieving in this way its ecumenical prominence and recognition as equal to the Nicene Creed. Nevertheless, despite the ecumenical reception of the Constantinopolitan Creed at Chalcedon, the Nicene Creed continued after Chalcedon to be surrounded with undiminished ecumenical authority and to be considered as the foundation of the later dogmatic formulations of the Church. However, after at least 3 centuries, it was slowly replaced by the Creed of Constantinople in the liturgical praxis of the Orthodox and Coptic churches, who use it continuously up to this day. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Professor Marcellus, for this very in-depth study of the development and showing us the importance of the Nicene Creed as it developed. So I think it is very interesting seen from a point of view of history of dogmas and how it came. We have no time for discussion now. We will make now a coffee break of 15 minutes, please, because we are out of time now. But I would like to say that we have in this colloquy more time for discussion. So we have in between, we have sections which are meant for discussion, and we can then ask points to all the preceding papers at that time. And also we have a time before the lunch and the supper, so we have a bit more flexible in the whole process. Thank you. 15 minutes break.
Direi che le facilità.
Dear friends, dear colleagues, I have the pleasure to introduce to you Jana Platova, and she will give us a paper on Clement of Alexandria, on the Tautotis of the Son, or the Logos, and the Father. An important topic of Clement of Alexandria and his Trinitarian or Binitarian theology, whatever you think about him. Thank you for coming and having accepted the invitation. I'm still continuing talking till the last people have found their places. So, up to you, the scene. Thank you.
Thank you. Clement's theology is grounded on both scripture and Greek philosophy, and he perceives no problem in combining these two distinct traditions. Clement articulates his teachings primarily for the educated individuals interested in the Christian faith, but also for Christians seeking a deeper understanding. All this occurs at the close of the 2nd century in discussion with the adherents of Valentinian Gnosis. It is widely acknowledged that Patriarch Photius had a highly skeptical view of Clement's contributions in terms to later orthodoxy. In his encyclopedic work Bibliotheca, when discussing Clement's writings, he expresses significant disdain, particularly towards Clement's supposed commentary on the scripture Hypotyposes, which Photius considers the cradle of several major heresies. In his book, Piotr Ashwin-Siejkowski provides a clear list of these heresies. 1, the belief in the existence of eternal matter and the eternity of ideas. 2, the assumption that God's Son is a creature. 3, the acceptance of the transmigration of souls. 4, the belief in many worlds before the creation of Adam. 5, the opinion regarding the creation of Eve from Adam in a blasphemous and shameful way. 6, the view that the angels had sexual encounters with human women who thereby conceived children. 7, the docetic view of Christ. And the last one, the teaching about two logoi of the Father. Modern scholars often view Photius' reports as less reliable, mainly due to doubts about whether Photius could have actually read all the books he mentions in his Bibliotheca. Furthermore, regarding the Hypotyposes, legitimate skepticism has grown stronger in recent times as to whether such a work by Clement ever existed. Setting aside the question of the existence of Clement's Hypotyposes, let's now take a deeper look at the last two alleged heresies regarding Clement's Christology, the teaching about two logoi of the Father and the related accusation of docetism. Upon careful examination, it becomes apparent that Photius' testimony has some inconsistencies. Adolf Knauber, in particular, has observed that while the Patriarch mentions Clement adhering to the doctrine of the twofold logos, literally the two words of the Father, the subsequent quotation immediately following, consider it a fragment of the Hypotyposes, actually distinguishes the rationality of man. The accusation that Clement may have subscribed to the doctrine of the twofold logos is linked to his close affiliation with Philo. According to Wolfson, certain 2nd century apologists, such as Tatian, Athenagoras, and Theophilus of Antioch, were influenced by Philo and adhered to a sort of dualistic doctrine concerning the inner and outer world, logos endiathetos and logos prophorikos. According to this two-stage concept, the logos was embedded from all eternity in the Father and became a second hypostasis when the Father brought it forth before the ages as his instrument of creation. This doctrine entails that only the nature and not the person of the Logos is eternal, which was considered as a heresy after the Council of Nicaea. But is Clement's doctrine of the Logos really deserving of such swift condemnation? A number of scholars came to Clement's defense in the second half of the 20th century, including Osborne, Lilla, Knauber, Marchis, and Edwards. Their sympathetic view of Clement is widely embraced among contemporary scholars specializing in Clement's work, Piotr Ashvin-Siekovsky, Mikloš Gjurkovič, or Veronika Černušková. All of these scholars, often revisiting Clement's original text meticulously, strive to uphold the coherence of Clement's theology regarding the word. Furthermore, these authors concur that Photius' assessment of Clement appears to be somewhat anachronistic and reflects terminology from the later Arian controversy. The term logos has a very wide range of meanings within Clement's works, often making it unclear which specific sense Clement intends. While the prevailing meaning is that of the divine word, hologos tu theu, or hot theos logos, the passages where logos is used to mean word, reason, or rationality are no exception. At times, it appears to closely align with the Stoic concept of orthos logos. Moreover, in certain passages in the Stromates, it seems that Clement deliberately employs the term logos in this ambiguous way. At first glance, perhaps for the uninitiated reader, the sentence makes sense even with the meaning of reason, but for those initiated, the same formulation conceals a much deeper significance. The divine logos has several different roles and functions in Clement. He is the Son of God, but he appears also as a divine educator, the giver of faith, the teacher, the provider of knowledge, transmitter of salvation, and as the instrument by which God created the universe. As a transcendent reality, the divine word is situated within the noetic sphere and is a kind of divine thought. In other instances, it represents a sort of emanation from the Creator, serving as an immanent cosmic order, worldly wisdom, or divine power. The question is whether it is more correct to talk about stages or perhaps better about functions of the Logos by Clement. In any case, it should be remembered that Clement's language is deliberately full of metaphors and generally very enigmatic. In the Pedagogos, he expressly points out that, I quote, "In many ways, the word is figuratively described as meat and flesh and food and bread and blood and milk. The Lord is all these." Clement's inclination towards metaphorical language is undoubtedly related to his warm relationship with Greek literature. He quotes with pleasure from Homer and other Greek poets, from the Presocratics and from Plato. Now let's focus on those passages where Clement directly seeks to establish the unity of God's Logos. In his Pedagogos, Clement declares, "O mystic marvel, the Father of all the universe is one, and the Word of all the universe is one, and the Holy Spirit is one and the same everywhere, and one is the only Virgin Mother. I love to call her the Church." This is likely an allusion to the Valentinians who believed in the existence of two fathers, the unborn and unknowable Father in the Pleroma, and the Creator Father, who was considered the Son of fallen wisdom. Additionally, the Valentinians assigned varying meanings to names like Word, Son, Savior, Christ, and Jesus, Similarly, their understanding of the designation Holy Spirit encompass different concepts and realities. Another original attempt to express the unity of the divine Logos, in this case drawing inspiration from Neo-Pythagorean conception of the one and many, is found in the 4th book of the Stromates. Here the Son is presented as a complex unity. I quote, "And the Son is neither simply one thing as one thing, nor many things as parts, but one thing as all things, alahos pantahen, hence also he is all things. For he is the circle of all the powers rolled and united into one unity. Wherefore the Logos is called the Alpha and the Omega." However, the key text regarding Clement's doctrine of the Logos is the excerpts from Theodotus, essentially serving as Clement critical commentary on the Valentinian Gnosis doctrine, with the majority of the text dedicated to the interpretation of the prologue of John. Nonetheless, the first instance where the theme of the unity of the Logos emerges is right at the beginning, as Clement elaborates on the Lord's transfiguration on Mount Tabor. Clement's commentary goes as follows: "For on high too he was light, and that which was manifest in the flesh, and appeared here is not later than that above, nor was incurtailed, in that it was translated there from on high, changing from one place to another, so that this was again here, was there. But he was the omnipresent, and to pantheon, and is with the Father, even when here on the earth, kai parato patri kai entautha, for he was Father's power." Somewhat more poetically, with an image derived from Plato's Dialogue Politicos, Clement also expresses similar idea at the beginning of the 7th book of the Stromates. He says, "The Son of God never descends from his lookout tower, not being divided, not severed, not passing from place to place, being always everywhere, and being contained nowhere." However, let's now return to the excerpts, where Clement formulations directly respond to and correct the Valentinian interpretation of the prologue. According to the Gnostics, the prologue of John's Gospel contains a twofold statement about the Son. Once, when it mentions his dwelling in the Father's bosom, the Son is referred to as the only begotten. Secondly, when it discusses his incarnation, the Son is merely called like the only begotten. Contrary to this interpretation, Clement firmly asserts that the Logos, the only begotten Son of God, is one and the same as the incarnate Jesus Christ, drawing inspiration from Ephesians 4:10. I quote, "Because being one and the same, heis kai ho autos on, Jesus is the firstborn in creation, but in the pleroma is only begotten. But he is the same, being to each place such as can be contained in it. And he who descended is never divided from him who remained." For the apostle says, "For he who ascended is the same as he who descended." This apostle saying brings Clement to the center of his theology, namely the claim that there is no division in the one God. To better explain this unity, Clement substitutes for hot theos logos a new expression for the Son of God, ho en tautoteti logos in excerpta 8 and 19. The term tautotes, identity or sameness, is not unfamiliar to Clement or Greek philosophical literature. Aristotle employs it in the Nicomachean Ethics to describe the relationship between parents and their children, as well as among children themselves. He also discusses it in the 5th book of the Metaphysics, where he provides direct definitions for the terms same, other, different, and similar, like. I will now skip over this quotation from Aristotle. The question is whether Clement directly borrowed the term from Aristotle or from a contemporary interpreter of Aristotle's work. It's possible that Alexander of Aphrodisias, who was active in Athens at the turn of the 2nd to the 3rd centuries, could have been the source. In fact, in his interpretation of Aristotle's metaphysics, Alexander of Aphrodisias frequently uses the phrase en tautoteti menein or en tautoteti hyparchein. In the excerpts, Clement repeatedly uses the phrase logos and tautoteti, and there are several ways to translate this. Robert P. Cassay, in his translation, introduces the essential logos. Mark Edwards suggests translating as immutable. Eric Osborne, the logos in his constant identity, as well as Veronika Černušková, in her translation into Czech, slovo trvající ve své totožnosti, in English, the word remaining is in his identity. I'm quoting now in the translation of Cassay. By we maintain that the essential logos is God in God, who is also said to be in the bosom of the Father, continuous, undivided, one God. All things were made by him, things both of the spirit and of the mind and of the senses, in accordance with the activity proper to the essential logos, kataten pros eche energean tu en tautoteti logu. This one explained the bosom of the Father, the Savior and firstborn of all creation. But the essential only begotten, in accordance with whose continuous power the Savior acts, is the light of the Church, which previously was in darkness and ignorance, and darkness comprehended him not. The apostates and the rest of men did not know him, and death did not detain him. The apostates here are undoubtedly the followers of Valentinus, who have misunderstood the mystery of God's incarnation. The Word is therefore one and indivisible, remaining in its identity. It is God in God who remains in the bosom of the Father, whether as the firstborn of creation or as the Savior sent into the world. The bosom of the Father is, according to Clement, the place from which the Word does not remove himself. It is not explicitly stated here that the equality is one of substance, homoousios, but this is one of the passages of excerpta that seem to say just that. Moreover, Clement speaks of Christ's participation in creation. In accordance with the prologue of John, he insists that all things came into being through the Word, namely by his immediate action, kataten pros eche energean. Adjective pros eches is important for Clement here and elsewhere in the Stromates. It expresses God's immediate proximity. However, Logos' function in creation is not the only one. Logos, in his constant identity, the God in God, the firstborn of creation, is also the Savior sent into the world. His mission is to tell people about God, to give them knowledge of the ineffable Father. The same motive of the identity of the Logos returns a little further on when Clement comments on the prologue, verse John 1:14. And the Logos became flesh, not only by becoming man at his advent on earth, but also at the beginning the essential Logos became a son. Kai en arche ho en autautoteti Logos genomenos hoios. By delimitation, and not in essence kata perigraphen kai kat usian. And again, he became flesh when he acted through the prophets. In this passage, Clement introduces another theme, namely that the Word became flesh not only at the birth of Jesus Christ, but already at the beginning in the bosom of the Father. As a theologian of the late 2nd century, he appears not to distinguish between the concepts of becoming, coming into being, and being begotten, born. However, it is also possible that he deliberately avoids using the term begotten and born to distance himself from the common usage among Valentinian theologians, who use this term to describe the procreation of the Gnostic Savior from the pleromatic couple. On the other hand, he considers it crucial to state explicitly that the formulation "the Word became Son" does not speak of an ontological change, but of self-circumscription or delimitation, kata perigraphen, kai kata usian. From the last sentence of this brief commentary, we can infer that Clement possesses a much broader comprehension of the incarnation event. The Word became flesh not only through the historical birth of Jesus Christ, but also through its manifestation in the words of the prophets. In other words, the Word of God took tangible form through individual prophets who expressed it in their words. Thus, the Word became flesh at the very beginning. Then, in the course of history, the same Word became incarnate in the word of the prophets, and ultimately, the same Word became flesh in the historical event of the birth of Jesus Christ. I'll skip again. But Clement does not apply the phrase "en tauto theti" only to the person of the Son of God. In the Stromata, he speaks of the identity or immutability of God himself. I quote, "For in his uncreated identity, he that is absolutely elan, and tauto theti gar ageneto hoon autos monos," says Clement. The context of this statement is the interpretation of the 2nd commandment of the Decalogue, which prohibits the manipulation and the representation of God's name. Clement's point is that God's name cannot be applied to created entities. God, as the only being par excellence, is not subject to how man depicts him, either materially or in his mind. He is still himself, who he is and who has not come into being, and tauto theti ageneto. For this reflection, it's likely that Clement drew inspiration from Philo. According to Philo, the statement of God, "I am who I am," signifies that the God is the sole truly existing entity, whereas everything that follows him lacks genuine existence and is merely designated as existing due to some form of convention. Notably, Philo himself does not employ the phrase "en tauto theti." This is a unique contribution of Clement. Conclusion. Clement, although accused by Photius of several Christological heresies, defends the unity of the Logos of God and the incarnate Christ in all his works, but most especially in the excerpts from Theodotus. Clement's particular contribution to the clarification of the mystery of incarnation of the Son of God, the Logos, is his use of the phrase "and" by Aristotle himself or by some late Aristotelian interpretative tradition, perhaps by his contemporary Alexander of Aphrodisias. Although this formulation, reflecting a polemic with the Gnostic groups, did not find its way into further theological vocabulary, it is a valuable testimony to the path Christian theology had to travel on its way through the Nicene Creed. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you for this conference. Fascinating and interesting, which pointed out a very special topic and terminology. Are there some questions? I think we can consecrate at least 5 minutes for some questions, even if we have some delay. A philosopher will ask.
Yes,
I have a question. Is it necessary to have a microphone? Yes.
I would like to thank you for your paper. It was wonderful. But I doubt whether Clement could use Alexander Patristic because it was contemporary. And he was from Asia Minor, like in Athens, I think. So the flow of the text probably could be very dubious for me. But Aristotle himself made the earlier commentaries from the first century. But I'm not sure whether you can find anything there.
And do you think perhaps these both Clement and Alexander of Aphrodisias could have a common source of their philosophy? Because Clement studied in Athens too.
Maybe, but there is a historical research to be done.
Thank you.
It's very clear. But the second thing which I wonder is whether there are some, because you at the beginning of the paper you said about those logos inside, outside, and the third I don't remember. But this somehow reminds me of Hermetic sources of Corpus Hermeticum. Whether we can find any connection of Clement to the Corpus Hermeticum.
Yeah, thank you. I don't know. I'm not able to respond now, but it's interesting. Yes, thank you.
Do you have some other question or comment? Because we cannot hear it if you have no microphone.
Well, just a small remark that it also can come from Philo, just But I have another question, in fact, concerning the gradual incarnation we were talking about in the excerpts from Theodotus 18, I guess, or 19. It is note number 30. Do you think this text that will almost be incarnated at the very beginning, from the very really comes from Clement himself, or is it just really excerpt from Theodotus?
I think it's really from Clement, but because it's from edition that Veronika Černušková has made, new edition, and also Mikloš Gurkovič agree with her in this case.
Okay, thank you. Because I roughly remember that there is some discussion about it, that it is not that clear, but okay, I am not acquainted. Thank you.
We have another question, Carlo De Rosso.
I want to ask you, which is your proposal for the translation of Ologos and Tautoteti? Because I see that the scholars translated with essential or in his identity. But which is your proposal? This is very interesting in a philological sense.
Yeah, thank you for this question. It's important for translating. I find better the translation identity, the logos in his constant identity. But I quoted the translation of Cassay because it is the unique English translation. So from practical reasons.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the paper and for your answers to the discussion. So the next speaker will be Vittorino Grossi. Prossimo. Thank you. È qui. Prego, si sieda di qua. Il professore Vittorino Grossi è già un'istituzione nel nostro gruppo, mi pare, è un patristico abbastanza sperimentato già.
Ringrazio di questa opportunità di stare ancora insieme in queste riunioni, in questo colloqui della Proriente, che lavorano umilmente per la comunione tra le chiese. Studiare ciò che ha fatto Ossio di Cordova è importante proprio per il movimento ecumenico, perché con lui abbiamo le testimonianze essenziali di come si rapportavano le chiese tra di loro. E quando è entrato nella considerazione delle chiese il concilio di Nicea, si è aggiunto il rapporto con le autorità civili romane. Era un fatto nuovo nella comunione tra le chiese. E questo concilio di Nicea, che è stato il primo atto ufficiale, in realtà è stato interpretato in modo diverso in Oriente e in Occidente, proprio in rapporto alle autorità romane. E questo ha inciso sulle chiese. Ora, ristudiare qual era il rapporto delle chiese e che cosa ha fatto Ossio di Cordova in questa direzione può aiutare molto la comprensione attuale tra le chiese cristiane. Detto questo, non ci fermiamo su tanti dati storici che tutti conoscono del Concilio di Nicea e andiamo alla pagina 5, se avete dove direttamente analizzo la modalità dell'operare di Ossio interfacciata a quella dell'imperatore Costantino. Per una valutazione d'insieme dell'operare di Ossio, dalla missione in Oriente al Concilio di Nicea, in concomitanza va tenuto presente il comportarsi dell'imperatore Costantino nei riguardi della corporazione dei cristiani. Dalla interfaccia dei due comportamenti ricaviamo la modulazione dei rapporti istituzionali creatisi tra impero e cristiani nella prima metà del secolo IV grazie all'operare del vescovo di Cordova. Le questioni circa l'agire dell'imperatore Costantino. L'agire dell'imperatore Costantino verso la corporazione dei cristiani iniziò con la questione donatista in Africa, quando i vescovi numidi non accettarono la nomina di Ceciliano a vescovo di Cartagine, che anzi essi, invece di ricorrere al vescovo di Roma, com'era la tradizione delle chiese latine, tramite il proconsole dell'Africa Nullino, si appellarono all'imperatore romano. Costantino, tuttavia, nell'accettare la loro supplica, promosse 2 sinodi, di Roma e di Arles, affidando però la questione alla presidenza del vescovo di Roma Milziade. Di tale agire dell'imperatore si cerca di capire le motivazioni. L'imperatore in realtà rispettava l'ordinamento delle chiese latine, che nella sede romana avevano la chiesa principale quale supremo appello cui ricorrere per questioni controverse. Certamente fu Ossio, consigliere dell'imperatore, ad indicare a Costantino sul come muoversi con la corporazione dei cristiani, legittimata nell'impero dal cosiddetto Editto di Costantino. Tale regolamentarsi dell'imperatore si evince con evidenza soprattutto da come venne redatta la lettera sinodale del Concilio di Arles. Essa infatti venne modulata secondo rapporti congiunti tra autorità romane e Chiesa cattolica, tra virgolette, rispettosi dei rispettivi ambiti. Quanto alla missione di Ossio in Oriente, la lettera di Costantino data a lui per portarla in Oriente era da consegnare al vescovo di Alessandria, riferimento cristiano per l'Oriente, come per l'Occidente era quello di Roma. In altri termini, Costantino si mosse nel rispetto dell'ordinamento interno delle chiese cristiane, articolato sulle chiese principali. Nel contesto di tale agire della cancelleria imperiale, nelle nuove questioni sorti in Oriente con Ario e i miliziani, Costantino richiamò di nuovo Ossio, consegnando a lui la missione in Oriente, anche se a conclusione della lettera, minacciando l'uso delle armi, mostra ancora di voler essere lui a decidere. Per una lettura dell'agire di Costantino con i cristiani si pone anche la questione di come interpretare il suo invito ai vescovi per la convocazione del Concilio di Nicea, dato il rilievo di Eusebio che lui agì come vescovo universale, designato dal volere divino. Eusebio, sulla falsariga del Demoese di Filone di Alessandria, indica Costantino come il nuovo Mosè del popolo di Dio. Nell'operare di Costantino, qualcuno dai dati di Eusebio vuole leggere il Pontifex Maximus Romano, il quale aveva un potere assoluto sulla religione, sia nell'onorare gli dei di Roma che nel prestare il culto all'imperatore. Dal tempo di Augusto il titolo di Pontifex Maximus era passato all'imperatore romano. Molto facilmente Costantino voleva sottolineare la figura dell'imperatore che, simile ad un vescovo, si prende cura della pace dell'ecumene. Si ritiene anche da una certa letteratura storiografica che il Concilio di Nicea fosse stato convocato da Costantino su suggerimento di Ossio e che anche fosse pure lui da lui presieduto, coadiuvato dai presbiteri latini in rappresentanza di Papa Silvestro. In mancanza degli atti sinodali, il Concilio di Nicea, sappiamo, viene ricostruito dalle fonti storiografiche a disposizione. Nell'evo patristico un concilio si apriva con la recita del simbolo in uso nella chiesa ospitante. Si presentavano poi le questioni, le petitiones, che a Nicea, essendo state tante, riferisce Rufino, l'imperatore le fece raccogliere e bruciare, mentre Eusebio dice che l'imperatore, rilevando l'accordo tra i due schieramenti sul credo e il calendario, prestò ad esse la dovuta attenzione. L'operare di Ossio. L'operare di Ossio nella sua missione in Oriente evidenzia come il suo agire fosse sempre in relazione al vescovo di Alessandria, sede principale dell'Oriente cristiano, e alle sinodi cui lui prese parte. Il suo operare, come quello dell'imperatore, tuttavia, soprattutto dalla convocazione del Concilio di Nicea e al loro apporto, sono andati soggetti a diverse interpretazioni, a differenza del suo operare dopo il Concilio di Nicea, ritenuto lineare. Come Ossio a fine missione abbia potuto informare Costantino della situazione cristiana in Oriente, non disponendo di documentazione, ci si accontenta di ricostruzioni. Lo stesso vale per la datazione delle sinode di Antiochia e di Ancida e per l'indizione del Concilio di Nicea. Nello svolgimento del Concilio di Nicea, poi, alcuni ricavano una presenza significativa di Ossio, mentre altri la minimizzano a tal punto da leggere la sua firma, come degli altri vescovi, solo un invito di Costantino per celebrare i suoi vicennalia. Sullo svolgimento del Concilio di Nicea si hanno documenti conosciuti principalmente tramite lo storico Socrate, nei quali tuttavia non compare il nome di Ossio. L'opera di Ossio al Concilio di Serdica, che seguì il Concilio di Nicea. Dopo Nicea, regnante gli imperatori Costante per l'Occidente e Costanzo per l'Oriente, si ebbe il Concilio di Serdica presieduto da Ossio, che nei canoni ratificò la modalità dell'agire istituzionale tra l'imperatore romano e la Chiesa cattolica, da lui perseguita nella questione donatista, nella missione in Oriente e nel Concilio di Nicea. I canoni di Serdica, infatti, redatti 15 anni dopo Nicea, rivestono rilievo nel come dirimere un contenzioso tra vescovi, dal ricorso alla sede romana a quella imperiale. Quanto al ricorso alla Chiesa di Roma, nel caso di un vescovo condannato, si richiede che l'appello lo chiedano con lettera ai giudici che lo esaminarono o i vescovi di una provincia vicina, attenendosi per l'ultima istanza alla decisione del vescovo di Roma. In essi si stabilisce ancora che non si ordinò un nuovo vescovo prima del giudizio positivo della sede romana. Quando al ricorso all'imperatore si richiede che si operi tramite il vescovo metropolita, servendosi di un diacono e previo l'invito espresso dell'imperatore. Si richiede inoltre che le richieste da presentarsi all'imperatore siano prima consegnate al vescovo di Roma, al cui giudizio è demandata l'opportunità o meno di inoltrarle al principe. Nel Concilio di Serdica, presieduto di Ossio, si ebbe anche una nuova formulazione nel credo niceno, questo lo sappiamo, articolata sul termine ipostasis. Dall'insieme si evince come Ossio, un vescovo della Chiesa latina, nei rapporti tra imperatore romano e Chiesa cattolica, si muovesse secondo l'ordinamento tradizionale della sedes Petri, quale ecclesia principalis delle chiese latine, e pertanto nell'Occidente cristiano latino da considerare il tribunale di ultima istanza per ogni contenzioso ecclesiale. A fronte di tale lineare legislazione delle chiese latine, tuttavia, si era avuta l'opposizione donatista, che scavalcando la tradizione cristiana latina per un conflitto ecclesiale chiese il giudizio dell'imperatore. Comunque, vedete, questo atteggiamento fatto rispettare da Ossio allo stesso imperatore, che pone nelle sedi principali delle chiese cristiane, in Oriente Alessandria e in Occidente Roma, il punto di riferimento cui fare sempre ricorso. Concludiamo. La pace costantiniana stipulata dall'impero romano con i cristiani, dopo la morte di Costantino, si evolse diversamente in Oriente e in Occidente. In Oriente si seguì il modulo elaborato da Eusebio di Cesarea, dell'imperatore quale nuovo Mosè del popolo di Dio, fatto proprio successivamente dall'impero bizantino. Lui concede al principe, quale vicario di Cristo in terra, ogni possibile intervento sull'ecumenia cristiana, giustificato più tardi dal principio che abbiamo in 8° di Milevi, che la Chiesa gravita nell'impero e non viceversa. Tale visione dell'imperatore legava religione e potere imperiale, tradotto in monoteismo e monarchia. Nell'Occidente latino, Ossio modulò un orientamento diverso. Alla fine del testo della lettera, Eusebio ritorna su Ossio, indicandolo come uno capace di interpretare lo spirito dell'imperatore. Per tale motivo, da qualcuno si vuole anche concludere che sia stato lui a presiedere il concilio di Nicea. Le congetture sulla sua scomparsa dalla scena ecclesiale dopo Nicea, soprattutto dopo quello di Serdica, sono delle ipotesi. Avrebbe abbandonato la sede imperiale perché Costantino sarebbe rimasto deluso dell'esito della sua missione in Oriente. Dalla sua firma alla prima formula di Simnio, anche se costretto, si vuole anche dedurre una sua non totale adesione alla formulazione del credo niceno. In realtà, la sua opera dopo il concilio di Nicea, a ridosso e circa 20 anni dopo del concilio di Serdica, da lui presieduto sino alla morte 357, è ancora del tutto da rivisitare, in particolare per i suoi rapporti con l'imperatore di Oriente Costanzo. Quest'ultimo, nei riguardi dei cristiani, impersonificò l'imperatore dal potere assoluto modulato da Eusebio, contrario naturalmente ai parametri delle chiese principali perseguiti dal vescovo di Cordova. Per Ossio, cittadino del mondo cristiano latino, l'imperatore doveva muoversi nel rispetto degli ordinamenti ecclesiastici interni, secondo i quali le questioni religiose sono di pertinenza dei vescovi tramite sinodi, con il loro punto di riferimento nella Ecclesia Principalis, non quindi sono di pertinenza dell'imperatore. 2 lettere di Ossio danno il metro del suo lineare operare, l'una del 342, che assieme a Protogene, vescovo di Serdica, inviò a Papa Giulio sulla fedeltà alla fede nicena. l'altra del 355 circa, quindi a 2 anni dalla sua morte, quando dall'imperatore Costanzo venne invitato di recarsi a Milano per firmare la condanna di Atanasio. Ossio in risposta gli fece notare che il concilio di Serdica non era stato solo una questione relativa ad Atanasio, ma vi era stato in gioco l'ortodossia della fede cristiana, la cui custodia nella Chiesa è affidata ai vescovi, non al potere imperiale. La lettera di Ossio all'imperatore Costanzo possiamo considerarla la chiave di lettura nel come lui abbia modulato gli interventi delle istituzioni romane nei riguardi dei cristiani, nelle questioni donatista, nicena e post-nicena. La richiesta poi degli oppositori di Ceciliano di rivolgersi a Costantino anche per avere, dopo la condanna di Papa Milziade, giudici diversi da quelli romani, se giuridicamente poteva rientrare nella linea del diritto romano, non lo era per la tradizione ecclesiastica latina, che come ultima istanza richiedeva di rivolgersi al vescovo della Chiesa di Roma, Ecclesia Principalis dell'Occidente. Dopo Costantino, i concili provinciali ecclesiastici progressivamente si adeguarono alla rinnovata circoscrizione civile dell'amministrazione imperiale, sino al costituirsi dei 5 patriarcati, orientando anche la questione tra Roma e Costantinopoli sull'ultima istanza in un contenzioso tra loro. Intanto in Oriente si rendeva sempre più evidente che il punto d'intesa poteva essere solo l'imperatore, mentre il giudizio dell'ultima istanza toccava alla prima sedes che di diritto anemine iudicato. Se in occasione della discussa consacrazione di Ciciliano si era avuto il primo intervento dell'imperatore romano in materia cristiana e la prima richiesta di cristiani alle autorità imperiali in materia interna al loro gruppo, il concilio di Serdica costituì la prima articolazione congiunta in merito a tali interventi. In Occidente prevalse l'elaborazione fatta da Ossio di Cordova, che contemplava gli interventi imperiali nel rispetto dell'organizzazione interna della Chiesa di Roma. La lettera sinodale inviata a Papa Giulio rilevava anzitutto un dato già corrente nella Chiesa latina, che cioè ad caput, id est ad Petri apostoli sedem, de singulis quibusque provinciis domini referent sacerdotes. Espressione similare di uguale validità giuridica si avevano già nella lettera sinodale del Concilio di Ars inviata a Papa Silvestro. Gli eusibiani di Occidente condannarono come brigandaggio la Sinodo del 343 perché sarebbe stato organizzato sulla pregiudiziale dell'accusa ai vescovi occidentali di voler giudicare i colleghi orientali. In realtà, in Occidente si operava nel rispetto della tradizione della Chiesa evangelizzante, alla quale si faceva sempre riferimento. La morte di Costanzo nel 350 portò un solo imperatore sul trono imperiale e sulla cattedra di Pietro, Papa Liberio, sotto il quale si ebbe la Sinodo di Sirmio, in opposizione a quanto aveva fatto Papa Giulio con Serdica. Poi per l'autunno del 352 e 53 convocò una Sinodo romana. Costanzo, nelle sinode di Arles del 353 e di Milano del 355, riuscì a far condannare Atanasio in Occidente e nel 357 a Sirmio anche da parte di Papa Liberio e di Ossio. Concludendo la nostra dinamica sull'operata di Ossio nella missione in Oriente nel Concilio di Nicea, interfacciato a quella dell'imperatore cristiano. Rileviamo che con la pace costantiniana di fatto nacque la possibilità di appellarsi all'imperatore anche in cause interne alla comunità cristiana. Si trattò di un caso legislativo nuovo. Ossio, nell'indirizzare il rapportarsi dell'imperatore con i cristiani, operò all'interno della tradizione ecclesiastica, che in una qualsiasi questione faceva capo al vescovo della Ecclesia Principalis. Quanto ad un indiretto intervento dell'imperatore in cause cristiani, Ossio non la ostacolava finché non si trattasse di una causa che coinvolgesse la fedeltà alla fede cristiana, come quando contrastò l'imposizione dell'imperatore Costanzio di sottoscrivere il Concilio di Sirmio. In Occidente, l'accoglienza curiale imperiale ai cristiani di tale andamento, più che una concessione, era un muoversi dentro il rispetto giuridico che in ambito territoriale romano veniva riconosciuto alle corporazioni pubbliche. In Occidente lo sfaldamento dell'impero romano portò alla fine di potersi rivolgere all'imperatore in una causa ecclesiastica interna. Tuttavia rimase insoluto come un problema nuovo nato con la questione donatista e forse non del tutto coscientizzato, il nodo dell'emergere della libertà religiosa in questioni interne alla Chiesa. L'editto di Costantino, d'altra parte, aveva concesso ai cristiani e a tutti gli uomini non tanto il diritto di tolleranza della loro religione, che nell'impero già esisteva, ma la libertà di coscienza in materia religiosa. Il rispetto di tale libertà sul piano istituzionale ha sempre trovato difficoltà non in linea di principio e a ondate riappare nella storia dei cristiani. Si dovette forse a ciò anche l'insuccesso degli interventi dell'imperatore Costantino nel contenzioso donatista, mentre l'operato di Ossio di Cordova si mosse sempre nel rispetto dell'ambito istituzionale della tradizione ecclesiastica latina, cioè di considerare la sede romana come Ecclesia Principalis e perciò come ultima istanza di qualsiasi ricorso. E grazie.
Grazie Padre Vittorino. Possiamo consacrare forse ancora 3 minuti per qualche questione. Mi pare che ci siano. Prego. Microfono, forse.
Grazie. Una brevissima domanda.
Alle volte non sento bene, tu riassumi quello che dici.
Ah, ok.
Sì. Una domanda per il professor Vittorino. Mi piacerebbe sapere, se ci fossero le fonti, piacerebbe sapere quale è stato l'atteggiamento, diciamo, del vescovo e della Chiesa di Roma dopo aver saputo che Ossio di Cordova sarebbe stato inviato a Costantinopoli, a Nicea anzi, da parte dell'imperatore e non da parte del vescovo di Roma e della Chiesa di Roma, cioè accetta la persona del vescovo come inviato dell'imperatore a Nicea, lo rifiuta o lo benedice in qualche modo questa missione? Grazie.
Vedete, Ossio era fedele alla sua impostazione che le cose religiose spettano ai vescovi e non all'imperatore. Quando Costanzo, che veniva dall'Oriente e non aveva in testa l'agire del mondo occidentale, che le questioni religiose fanno capo alla sede principale che era Roma. E per cui lui praticamente ha voluto anche costringere il vescovo di Roma, Liberio e Ossio, a firmare la condanna di Sirmio. Sinceramente penso che su questa questione, per cui alcuni hanno voluto che forse Ossio non era d'accordo col concilio di Nicea, con la fede del concilio di Nicea e via dicendo. No, penso che perché ho trovato un'altra documentazione, l'ho anche riportata in un articolo che ho scritto, in cui si è verificata la stessa cosa a Roma e il Papa dice metti la firma e rimandiamolo in Oriente e non gli diamo peso. E penso che abbiano fatto la stessa cosa. Si sono messi d'accordo, firmiamo e ci lascia in pace e se ne vada. Perché lui non capiva, cioè lo schema che si utilizzava in Oriente, che l'imperatore può mettere le mani sulla religione in modo indiscriminato come lui vuole, in Occidente questo non c'era. E lui forse, penso, non era stato educato, non era stato consigliato bene. Per cui naturalmente ecco che quando volevano agire in Occidente con uno schema che in Occidente non c'era, nascevano questi problemi. È un problema, penso, anche ancora tanto da studiare, però penso che sia importante tutto questo muoversi di Ossio, che è una testimonianza di come si muovevano le chiese e come lui ha cercato di farlo capire anche all'imperatore. Ora questo nel movimento ecumenico, diciamo, noi viviamo la nostra epoca e qualcuno dice qui il Papa vuole comandare pure in Oriente. E queste cose non c'erano nel mondo antico. Ora, se noi recuperiamo alcuni equilibri di fondo, forse anche oggi arriveremo ad un riconoscimento che si attende sempre più con ansia, un riconoscimento delle chiese tra di loro, avendo anche schemi diversi. Ecco, penso che Ossio sia forse una figura chiave nell'entrare in queste questioni.
Grazie per questa risposta. Non so se ha risposto veramente alla questione, però forse ancora un'ultima domanda prima di passare alla prossima relazione. Se no ringraziamo a Padre Vittorino per il suo intervento. E posso domandare al professore Carlo Dell'Osso, che ci presenterà la sua comunicazione, The Priesthood in the Canons of the Council of Nicaea.
I thank you very much, Theresia Heintaler, for the invitation, also the member of the committees. The priesthood in the canons of the Council of Nicaea. In his Historia Ecclesiastica, Theodoretus of Cyrus gives us in the clearest terms evidence about the canons of the Council of Nicaea when writes, the bishops drew up 20 laws to regulate the discipline of the church. Within these laws, we note the use of the term canon, used 8 times to indicate an already existing practice or costume, and therefore we are not yet faced with the technical term of ecclesiastical law. These canons were known during the 4th and the 5th centuries and were contained in now lost collection, while modern editions depend on the 6th century collection, especially that of John Scholasticus. The oldest author who bears witness to them is Gelasius of Cyzicus, who reports them in the order found in the canonical collections. These canons were translated into many ancient languages, Syriac, Coptic, Arabic, Ethiopic, and so on. As for the Latin, several translations are preserved, of which the oldest is that of Cecilianus of Carthago, who had participated in the council. The canons do not have a specific thematic order, but deal with the most important problems for the Eastern churches, applicable also to those of other regions. In fact, they deal with the problems of government of the clergy, provisions against schismatics and heretics, norms for clergymen and laymen, liturgical prescriptions. If on one hand they reflect the political and ecclesiastical situation of the first decades of the 4th century in the East, on the other hand, they favor the development of the ecclesiastical organizations also in general. Here, we will present the canons that deal with the priesthood to highlight the first disciplinary norms that regulated its admission and its correct exercise, leaving aside the questions relating the ecclesiastical jurisdiction. It is interesting that the majority of these canons highlights the need to regulate the priestly ministry, confirming already existing practices and customs, and also opening up to new perspectives. Now I go to the canon, to the canons. The first canon says that no one who is a eunuch, castrated by his own will, may remain a bishop or priest, and no one should be appointed a priest who is castrated by their own will. This rule does not seem to be directed against the caste of eunuchs, who at the time held a leading role in the courts, but referred to an intra-ecclesial discipline. Think of the case of Origen, who is said to have been inspired by the gospel passage of Matthew 19, had castrated himself. Therefore, the canon does not prohibit voluntary castration, but considers it an impediment to sacred orders. Nonetheless, this prohibition confirms the spread of the practice in the East for ascetics reasons. In the Apostolic Canons 22-24, the norm is much stricter in this regard. In fact, it states that whoever mutilates himself is a murderer of himself and enemy of creation. Furthermore, if whoever mutilates himself is a cleric, he is subject to deposition. If he is a layman, he is deprived of the Eucharist for 3 years. The diffusion of the practice in the East is also confirmed by the Codex Justinianus, from which we learn that the Emperor Constantine had issued a law against the masters who made slaves eunuchs in the province of Mesopotamia. Second canon. The second canon requires that a person needs experience before being promoted to priest or bishop. In other words, neophytes could not be admitted immediately to the clergy. This canon seems to react to the phenomenon that was created by the fact that the Emperor Constantine had granted various privileges to the clergy. which resulted in a large influx in the ranks of the clergy by people who had not completed a probationary period and without having completed the necessary catechesis. As the canon expressly says, for the catechumen himself, there is need of time and of a longer trial after baptism. In confirmation of this, the conciliar fathers bring the quotation from 1 Timotheus, not a novice, lest being lifted up with pride, he fall into condemnation and the snare of the devil. In the last part of the canon, deposition by the clergy is provided for those who have committed a psychikon amartema. The interpretation of psychikon is not simple, which, in our opinion, can be translated with interior and could refer either to the case of the lapsi during persecutions, coming to take the form of an abjuration or apostasy, or if, according to the suggestion of Lamp, the term psychikon should be considered as the opposite of spiritual pneumatikos and synonymous with carnal sarkikos. It would be interpreted as something of moral or sexual matter. Canon 80 of the Apostolic Canons would also go in this sense, where it is said that those who come from paganism are not immediately promoted to the episcopate, thus confirming that neophytes cannot be promoted immediately in the clergy, as well as those who come from a depraved conduct. Canon 3. The third canon says that a cleric of any rank, if unmarried, may live only with a close relative or a woman without suspicion, as we read in the canon. The Great Synod had stringently forbidden any bishop, presbyter, deacon, or any of the clergy whatever to have a subintroducta dwelling with him, except only a mother or sister or aunt, or such person only as are beyond all suspicion. A subintroducta would be a person, in this case female, brought into a priest's house. The prohibition for virgins to cohabitate with men as sisters had already been established in Canon 19 of the Council of Ancyra, as well as in the Council of Elvira at the beginning of the 4th century, where it is established that members of the clergy could not keep other virgins in the house than their own daughters and sisters. In this case as well, we have a terminological problem. We have the term suneisacton, subintroducta, which can mean those women who were assigned to live with the clerics, also called agapetai, referring to a practice of primitive asceticism whereby virgins lived together with an ascetic or cleric. Or it could have referred to women introduced in place of wives in the manner of concubines. Therefore, the canon does not seem to impose celibacy, but wanted to set limits to situations of coexistence that could be a cause of a scandal. In this regard, it should be noted that the episode handed down in the Historia Ecclesiastica of Socrates, according to which during the council a bishop proposed that married clergy no longer live with their wives, arousing the protest of the Egyptian bishop Paphnutius, who defended the value of marriage, and he appealed to the ancient norm according to which those who were already ordained could not marry, but those who were married before ordination could remain with their wives. Canon 5. Moving to the fifth canon, it is established that those excommunicated in one church, belonging either to the clergy or to the lay people, should not be readmitted in another. If there are questions about the excommunication, the bishops should talk to one another. In order to facilitate this discussion, there will be synods held twice a year in each province. The canon testifies that wrong use of excommunication by bishop was not uncommon. In fact, we read this in the canon. Nevertheless, inquiry should be made whether they have been excommunicated through captiousness or contentiousness. Now any such like ungracious disposition in the bishop. In this sense, Augustine attests that a young bishop had excommunicated an entire family unjustly, such that the presence of all bishops of the province, that is the provincial synod, was a guarantee for the proper administration. The discipline of those who have been excommunicated is found also in the apostolic canons, especially in number 12, where it is forbidden for the faithful expelled from one church to be received by another. Then in canon 13, it is said that if they have been readmitted to another church through deception, their excommunication must be prolonged. This legislation concerns both clergy and laymen. The Canon 8 deals with the Cathari, the pure, otherwise known as the Novatianists. This sect had originated in Cyprian's time and had spread widely in both East and West. They refused forgiveness of those who lapsed during persecution. They also would not take communion with anyone who was divorced and remarried as Christians. This canon allows Novatianist clergy to leave their sect and their beliefs, keeping their status as priest or bishop, provided that, I quote the canon, they will observe and follow the dogmas of the Catholic and Apostolic Church. In particular, they will communicate with persons who have been twice married and with those who, having lapsed in persecution, have had a period of penance laid upon them and a time of restoration fixed, so that in all things they will follow the dogmas of the Catholic Church. In addition to this, Novatianists had to receive the laying on of hands to re-enter communion with the Catholic Church. We have no common opinion about the meaning of this gesture. For some scholars, it is a real reordination. For others, a simple penitential rite. If in a village all are Novatianists, the clergy remain in their rank. If instead they go to a town or a village where there is a Catholic bishop and clergy, the Catholic bishop has the dignity of bishop, while those who were held bishops by Novatianists are reduced to the rank of presbyters, unless with the consent of the Catholic bishop could rise to the dignity and role of chorepiscopus. It must be said that this solution is contrary to the African tradition, which imposed reduction to the lay states on those clerics, be they bishops or presbyters, coming from Novatianists, and in general on any schismatics or apostates. Canon 9 requires a careful examination of the lives of the candidate for priesthood. Some of the more grave sins, blasphemy, bigamy, heresy, idolatry, and so on, made a person ineligible for priesthood in the church. This canon says that the churches have to check for these things, and that anyone who was not examined or who was wrongly ordained must be removed from his office. Canon 10. In Canon 10, it is stated that if a person denied Christ or offered sacrifice to the Roman gods during persecution, he is never to be a church leader. If he is already ordained for some reason, he shall be deposed. We note in the text of the canon the use of the Greek term parapeptokos, which was taken from the Latin lapsus or lapsi, the plural. The same norm regarding those who had abjured both the rank of clergy and laymen can be found in Canons 1, 2, and 12 of the Council of Ancyra of the year 314, and in the Canon 62 of the Apostolic Canons. Canon 15, we now go to Canon 15 that prohibited bishops, priests, and deacons from moving from city to city and affirms the stability of the clergy in the diocese where they were ordained. In this sense, any transfer is considered null or void. Already the Council of Ars had prohibited transfers of clergy. This disposition, like that of the following canon, seeks to re-establish order in the chaotic situation created following the rapid expansion of the churches. Therefore, this practice to change church was not unusual in that time. Examples of those who had broken this rule include Eusebius of Nicomedia, who had previously been bishop of Berytus and then transferred to Nicomedia, and Eustathius, who had previously been bishop of Berea and then of Antioch. Both of these were present at the Council of Nicaea. Canon 16 relates to the previous one. A cleric who has left his church is not to be accepted in another. A bishop may not ordain to a ministry a person from other dioceses without the permission of his bishop. We find this provision, which confirms the previous canon in the Apostolic Canons 15 and 16. We can recall the case of Origen, ordained a priest by Theoctistus of Caesarea without the consent of the Bishop of Alexandria. Canon 17 condemns the practice of usury by the clergy, stating very rigorously that, I quote, "The Holy and Great Synod think it just that if after this decree anyone be found to receive usury, whether he accomplish it by secret transaction or otherwise, as by demanding the whole and one half, or by using any other contrivance, whatever for filthy lucre's sake, he shall be deposed from the clergy and his name stricken from the list. The early church believed that lending money at interest, usury, was a sin. Getting caught doing it, according to this canon, would get the clergy removed from church leadership. The same provision is established by the Apostolic Canons 44. Now we are at the last canon, Canon 18. Puts a certain check on the claims of deacons in the church, in the churches. Since the time of Ignatius of Antioch, the deacons served the bishops and were lower in the ecclesiastical hierarchy than presbyters. Since deacons worked closely with the bishops, and in large cities their numbers were kept small in proportion to the priests, they had more power. Their number varied depending on the cities and regions. Nonetheless, some churches adhered to the canonical number of 7. Some others had a greater number. The aspirations of deacons to be equated with the priests must have been a constant in Christian antiquity, if the bishops felt they needed to intervene among those gathered in Arles in 314, and even more so those of Nicaea in 325. The Council of Nicaea forbade the deacons, to give communion to the priests and to sit among them during the liturgy. In the same sense, the Council of Laodicea recalled that the deacon must not sit in the presence of the priest, but can only do so on the invitation of the priest. Now, I have some remarks and then the conclusion. After having presented the content of the canons, we now come to make some observation regarding the priesthood. In the first place, the canons recall some fundamental requisites for admission to sacred orders. The first of which is that the candidate must be healthy from a physical point of view. That is, he must not have any type of mutilation, especially genital, voluntary, procured. In this sense, voluntary castration is an impediment to the sacred order. This practice has been said, was widespread in the East for purposes that were not purely religious, and must have spread in circle of Christian asceticism too. Nonetheless, it was considered an impediment to the priesthood as early as the first half of the 3rd century, when the validity of Origen's priestly ordination was called into question. Another important requirement for accessing sacred order is adequate preparation and prolonged experience of life as baptized, so that a neophyte could not be admitted to priesthood and episcopate after baptism. This requirement had to be largely disregarded if the Council thought it appropriate to recall this norm, which already in the middle of the 3rd century must have been enforced, given the protests of the presbyters at the episcopal ordination of Cyprian of Carthago, who had recently converted to Christianity. this norm continued to be disregarded, especially after the presbyters and bishops were granted extensive privileges by the laws of the Roman Empire, and during the course of the 4th century has happened for an illustrious neophyte elected bishop, namely Ambrose of Milan. Another requirement for access to the holy orders was the examination of the candidate's life. In truth, the examination of life and moral conduct in view of admission to baptism were part of Christian discipline from the earliest time. Think of Nicaea. Here we can hypothesize that faced with the high number of those who were recently baptized, such an examination was more necessary than ever for those who wanted to be admitted to holy orders. Now we move on from requirement to prohibitions. What was forbidden to those who were part of the clergy according to the canons of the council? In first place, it was forbidden for those who were not married to have virgines subintroducte, and for those who were married to have with them other women than their wives, daughters, and sisters. The theme of virgines subintroducte, linked to the perception of the danger of the cohabitation between ascetics of different sexes, is already present in the 3rd century when protests arose against this custom, as it is evident in the work of the pseudo-Clementine literature, especially the letters to the virgins. Evidently, this custom was widespread and persistent even in the 4th century. Another prohibition concerned the transfer of clergy from one to another, or from one diocese to another diocese, and bishops were forbidden to consecrate people from other churches or dioceses in their own church under penalty of the invalidity of the order. These canons show how in that period there was a lot of mobility on the part not only of priests, but also of bishops and deacons. For this reason, the canon emphasized the importance of stability and the exercise of one's ministry within the diocese where one was ordained or where they came from. Absolute prohibition of the practice of lending at interest rates or usury under penalty of deposition and exclusion from the clergy is reaffirmed by the council. This practice, which was also subsequently prohibited in the church, was exercised even by the clergy, and for this reason, the prohibition was very peremptory because it was aimed at safeguarding the most disadvantaged social groups. Finally, the abjuration or apostasy in a period of persecution sanctions the deposition from the clerical states. We then have canons which we could define as rather disciplinary, such as that relating to readmission of novatianists. I go straight to the conclusion now. These canons highlight customs and norms already present in the church, a sign that the origin of the ecclesiastical organization must be sought before the 4th century, at least in the middle of the 3rd century. In fact, we have several examples in the previous patristic literature of episodes which fall within the specifics of the norms issued by the Council, for which the information coming from the literature should not be considered isolated cases. Think of the case of the voluntary castration of Origen. If the Council had then solemnly speak out against this practice. We then have the evidence that some behaviors sanctioned by the Council continue to be perpetrated, since they will be sanctioned again in subsequent councils, a sign that the reception of the conciliar norm was not universally and necessarily received and applied. Finally, it must be said that in the new climate of freedom and privilege that the Church was now experiencing within the empire, it was the cause of new problems to be addressed, such as the regulation of access to the clergy and the discipline of the exercise of ecclesiastical ministry. In this regard, while the hierarchical relationships between the various degrees of the Sacred Order were increasingly evident, the need was felt to place a juridical counterweight to the authority of the ecclesiastic through the provincial synods. In conclusion, what the Council of Nicaea had legislated on priesthood not only incorporated the norms and customs already traditional in Christian community, but also laid the first foundations of what will be in the future the ecclesiastical discipline accepted throughout the Orbis Christianus Antiquus. Thank you.
Thank you for this presentation and the explanations of the canons of Nicaea. If I see my watch, I have to say that we are invited to go to lunch in 5 minutes. So if nobody rejects, I would propose that we can continue our discussion and our questions at lunch. And
10 minutes later, we have to begin on.
Okay. So we have a new information that lunch will begin only at 2, 10 minutes after 2. So thank you. Then another information, we continue our conferences here in this room at 4:30 in the afternoon. 4:30 in the afternoon. Thank you. I wish you pleasant appetite. And you have a question? Okay, he wants to ask something. A remark, okay? Father Marcellus, Georgius?
Father, no.
Physical father.
Thank you very, very much for your very interesting presentation. I would like only to highlight that the intervention of the Egyptian Bishop Paphnutius in the First Ecumenical Council against the proposal of Hosius of Cordova for the obligatory celibacy of the clergy is not something that is described only by Socrates Scholasticus. It is described also by Gelasius of Cyzicus, who is the main source for the proceedings of the Council of Nicaea, and he is a historian of the 5th century also.
Yes.
Thank you.
I was quoted Socrates, but also Gelasius of Cyzicus. Yes, it's right what you said.
Thank you for this remark. Another question, and you.
Thank you very much, Professor, for your very interesting survey on the canons regarding priesthood. I will extend my question related to the reception of the second canon of Nicaea, and I would like to point out the fact that in Constantinople in 381, the fathers gathered there disregarded in one voice this canon by naming and appointing Nectarius as Bishop of Constantinople after Gregory of Nazianzus left the city. So my question would be, how do you see the using of the canons in the church? It seems to me that sometimes we use canons only if we want to punish somebody or to get rid of someone. In other instances, we disregard canons and we don't apply them at all. Yeah. So how do you see it is mandatory or orientative, the using of canons in the discipline of the church? Thank you.
All right, thank you for this question. I want to answer first, saying that behind these canons, there is a history. So they have some example that they want to point out. So it's right what you say. They had in mind Nectarius, they had in mind Eusebius, Eustathius, and so on. So we can find. My presentation was the discipline. I wanted to say that it was beginning a discipline that will be used throughout the churches in different way, not in the same way. We have to ask who knew these canons in the 4th century, which was the diffusion of this canon. I mean, in a small diocese in a dacha, did they know these canons?
They knew. In Constantinople in 381, I think they knew the canons of the Nicaea from 3 to 5.
Yes.
Or not?
But this is a question. But the second question you asked for, are these canons mandatory or not? I think that they wanted to be mandatory, but the application in the life of the churches was different. It depended on the bishops, on what the bishops wanted to do. So I can say much respectful. So we can have bishop conservative and bishop liberal also in late antiquity.
Thank you for these answers. So I can liberate the community, I think, and I wish you all a pleasant lunch, and then we will see each other once again at 4:30. Thank you.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you very much. Now it's better. Yeah. Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, I have the pleasure to open the afternoon section. As you remember, we made the way to the Council of Nicaea, and then we had two papers about the council itself. And in this afternoon, we will have the theology of the council and then its consequences on or its reception. The first speaker of this afternoon is Professor Notger Baumann from Germany, Erfurt. He's here from the first time. As far as I could discover, he worked on Augustine and Gregory of Nazianzus, and his speech of this afternoon is titled Light of Light, the light formula of the Nicene symbol, its history and patristic reception. So please, the floor is yours.
Thank you.
Bitte schön.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the kind introduction, and thank you very much for the invitation to this patristic colloquy. Light from light, light of light, phos ek photos, the light formula of the symbolon of Nicaea, its history and patristic reception. The metaphor of light has shaped Christianity from early on. The expression light from or of light is so significant that the Council of Nicaea included it in the creed, even if it is not possible to trace the light formula back in detail. It is possible to indicate conceivable lines and development for it. What are the backgrounds of this light formula? What are its further developments? Eusebius and the Nicene symbolon. To prove his orthodoxy, Eusebius of Caesarea submitted a declaration of his faith to the Council of Nicaea. In it, regarding Jesus Christ, it says, among other things, God from God, light from light, life from life. Light and life may be reminiscent of the prologue of John or Psalm 36:10. Eusebius' confession is the local confession of the Church of Caesarea in Palestine, to which he refers in a letter of justification to his congregation after the council. A similar text is found in Eusebius' De Ecclesiastica Theologia 1.8, a work in which the teachings of Marcellus and Ansura are to be refuted probably after the year 336. The confession of Eusebius flows into the one decided at the Council of Nicaea. Accordingly, words typical of Nicaea, such as God from God, light from light, from the Origenist school of Caesarea and Palestine, would have entered the confession of Nicaea. Finally, in the Nicene Creed, the theologically insignificant formulation life from or of life is no longer found, but instead the statement true God from true God, underlining the full divinity of the Son against the Arian position. The formula light from or of light also refers to the relationship of Father and Son in the Trinity. From the symbol of Nicaea, phos ek photos has passed into what for simplicity is called the symbol of Nicaea, Constantinople. Latin translations of phos ek photos choose predominantly lumen de lumine, a few lumen ex lumine. Multiple backgrounds of the light formula. The background of the Nicene formula of light is Greek philosophy, even if the philosophical meaning of light must be distinguished from the symbolic function of light terms. Further causes are biblical writings and also pre-Nicene theological texts. In addition, other connections, such as with the everyday experience of light, are not excluded. All these possible factors of the light formula can hardly be separated from each other. They influence each other. Greek metaphysics of light in Plato and Neoplatonism. The metaphor of light was laid down in Plato's philosophy. The allegory of the sun places the idea of good in analogy to the sun. Just as the sun is the cause of sensuous existence, the idea of the good is a reason and origin for the existence and recognitionability of ideas. Beyond the ideas and yet present in them is the agathon, the most luminous of being, which grants light to all. It is thus light in itself and at the same time the light of the ideas. It shows itself in them as a luminous medium that delimits them from one another and at the same time connects them, but itself remains ultimately intangible. The allegory of the line and the allegory of the cave deepen the metaphysics of light. Let's go to Neoplatonism. These thoughts are continued in Neoplatonism. Light, being, and the one are finally and comprehensively seen as a unity. Plotinus uses the image of the sun to illustrate the effect of the one, which at the origin of everything is the source of intelligent light. In the spirit, in the sphere of the intelligible, the time-free being that is pure reality, it becomes shining in it, phos ek photos. Plotinus uses the term light from light. For there is a kind of center, and around it a circle emanating from it, and beyond it another, light of light, phos ek photos. But outside of it, there's no further circle of light, but this next circle, for want of its own light, needs illumination from another source. This phrase is found in strongly subordinate contexts, for Plotinian hypostasis is subordinate to the one above it. In contrast, at the Council of Nicaea, light from light or light of light occupies an important place in the statement of faith of non-subordinate Trinitarian theology, where the fathers of Nicaea try to explain with the greatest possible emphasis that the Son is precisely not subordinate to the Father. And Plotinus mentions phos ek photos elsewhere. But we go on to the statements of the Old and New Testament. Above all, the Nicene formula of light is biblically justifiable. In the Old Testament, there is talk of the Son of Righteousness appearing to those who fear the name of Yahweh, perhaps an image of Yahweh's epiphany, whose glory rises radiantly. There's also talk of the shining of God's face. With you is a fountain of life. In your light, we behold the light, formulates Psalm verse 36:10, understood Christologically in the Patristics. The Book of Wisdom, popular in the early church, whose theme wisdom was interpreted to mean Christ, offers: wisdom is pure effluence of the glory of the all-ruler, the reflection of the eternal light, the unclouded mirror of God's power, the image of his goodness. The New Testament sees the light precisely in Christ. The prologue of John braces that in the Logos there was life, and the life, the light of men. John the Baptist bears witness to the light. The true light which enlightens every man came into the world. The light came into the world. He who does the truth comes to the light. In the wider Gospel of John, Christ calls himself the light of the world. As long as I am in the world, I am the light of the world. God is light, says the first letter of John. Hebrew says of the Son of God, he is the reflection of his glory and the image of his being. Biblical statements are therefore unquestionably in the background of the Nicene formula of light. Philo. Together with statements from the Old Testament, the parable of the Son has been transformed into an interpretation of God's being and creative activity by Philon of Alexandria. God, as the unchanging and infinite being, is the spiritual Son, the archetypal radiance he illuminates through his word, gives life and unity, and turns everything towards himself. In Philon, for example, we find, just at the rising of the sun, the darkness disappears, but all is filled with light. In the same way it is when God, the noetic sun, rises and shines on the soul, when the darkness of the passions and vices is dispersed, and the purest and most precious idols of the most brilliant virtue appears. Let us go to the patristic development. Now, first, maybe the parable of the Son is used by Philo, okay? In patristic, it is then also used to interpret the inner Trinitarian existence of God. But now to the patristic development. The biblically justifiable words light from or of light are also to be seen in the general context of religious history. Light could also be a sign of Christianity's occupation with the solar religions of the Mediterranean. The importance of the sun becomes visible in orienting the liturgy to the east or the lengthening of the days beginning at Christmas. Scientific and philosophical knowledge had always made use of the metaphor of light. That religious experience means enlightenment is also not a solely Christian idea. In patristic Christological discourse, this idea is likely to have influenced worship practices. The early church, moreover, as the letter to the Hebrews does, referred to baptism as illumination, photismos, a communication of light. In baptism, moreover, life is given, a rebirth occurs, which is associated with an abundance of graces. Christians call themselves children of the light. Pre-Nicene theologians. Patristic texts use metaphors of light. To describe the emergence of the Logos, the martyr Justin uses the image of uttering one word and lighting a fire on another. He writes, "So also we see that when one fire has another kindled on it, it is not diminished because something has been kindled on it, but rather it remains one and the same. The fire kindled on it appears the same as that one, and yet it has not diminished that one on it was kindled. Unlike the image of fire, however, Justin rejects that of sunlight as an analogy. This power, logos, should not be able to be separated or divided from the Father, just as the light of the sun shining on earth. So, they say, cannot be separated or divided from the sun that stands in the sky. At the same time as the sun sets, the light also disappears. Thus, according to their teaching, the Father sends forth his power as often as he wills and withdraws it to himself as often as he wills. They preach that in the same way, he also calls the angels into existence. The image of sunlight is rejected because it is used by those who deny that the power emitted by the Father, the Logos, is different from him and offer the same explanation for their angelic teachings. This image does not preserve the numerical distinction between the Father and the Son, as the rays of the sun disappear when the latter sets. To whom exactly Justin alludes here is open. Possibly they could be ancestors of Praxias, Noet, and Sabellius, whose monarchian theology sacrificed the distinction of persons to the unity of God, monarchy, and saw in the Father and Son two modes of existence of a single being, modalism. Hellenistic Jews or Jewish Christians who were still committed to Jewish monotheism would also be conceivable. The analogy with the word spoken by human beings, however, is maintained, but with a certain reservation. Only the image of fire makes it possible to affirm both the integrity and purity of the process, the identity of substance between Father and Son, and their different existences. The images of the word and of fire are, however, contemplatory, since they correspond to the double divine activity that comes into play in the springing forth of the word intellectual and volitional. Tatian, a disciple of Justin, offers an exact reproduction of the letters word and fire example. And I think we go now to Tertullian, page 8. The expression light from light is found at the end of the 2nd century in Tertullian, thus in the first Christian author known to us whose works are written in Latin. In his Apologeticum, he formulates the reason for the image of light. Even if a ray is emitted from the sun, it is a part of the whole, but the sun will be in the ray because it is a ray of the sun, and the being is not cut asunder, but spread out, like light that has been kindled by light. Ut lumen de lumine accensum. The mother substance remains intact and undiminished, even if you should remove several tendrils of its kind. Maybe page 6. Okay, pardon. So the mother substance remains intact and undiminished, even if you should remove several tendrils of its kind. So also that which sprang from God is God and God's Son, and both are one. Thus he is spirit from spirit and God from God, second in measure. But he has given rise to this count only in rank, not in essence, and has not departed from his mother substance, but has come forth from it. In the sentences preceding this text excerpts, Tertullian has indicated a differentiation within God by speaking of the bringing forth of the Spirit or Son by God, while at the same time naming the Spirit as God, but at the same time holding on to the unity of God with a reference to the unity of substance. Tertullian illustrates how this unity with simultaneous differentiation is conceivable by first taking up the image of a ray emanating from the sun. With regard to the understanding of God, the the ray remains part of the whole of the sun. The sun is contained in the ray, which is indeed a part of it. With regard to the divine substance, it can be deduced from this image that it is not divided but spread out. To illustrate this, Tertullian adds another comparative image, that of light that has been kindled by light, ut lumen de lumine accensum. For this illustration, he can draw on Justin as well as on Tatian. The idea of divine wisdom or Christ as a reflection of divine light is itself already prefigured in the Book of Wisdom and the letter to the Hebrews. How formative Tertullian was is illustrated by the fact that at a 4th century Nicene layman named Heraclianus, perhaps in January 336, in the Trinitarian controversy with Germinius, the Homoian bishop of Sirmium, offers an almost verbatim rendering of Apologeticum 21, but without citing the source. Hippolytus, but not the one of Rome, an Eastern author who lived at the time of Tertullian, that is around 200, writes in his work Contra Noetum of the begetting of the Logos as phos ek photos. As the author of all that is created, as the counselor and finisher, he begat the Word. He made visible to the created world what he had invisibly in him as Word. By uttering what before was voice and by begetting light from light, he sent to creation as Lord his own mind, which before was visible only to him. But to the created world, to which it was invisible, he made it visible, that by his appearing the world might see and be saved. As shown, the idea that God is light is already present earlier, according to Simonetti. However, the formulation phos ek photos as an image for the coming forth of the Son from the Father is probably found here for the first time. Clement of Alexandria uses the formula light from light in reference to Christ and God. He writes in his Protepticos, image of God is his Logos, and this divine Logos is true Son of the Spirit, Nous, light archetype of light. But image of the Logos is the true man, the Spirit in man, of whom it is therefore said that he was created in the image of God and his likeness. In his Paidagogos, Clement of Alexandria refers to a double meaning between tophos, the light, and hophos, the man, in the language of poetry. The holy is friends with the one from whom the holy originates, and that means light in the proper sense. For you were once darkness, but now you are light in the Lord. Therefore, I believe man was called light by the ancients. In anthropological terms, the incarnation of the Son, light from light, so to speak, gives new meaning to one of the Greek words for man, ophos. Through revelation, man now finds his own identity in God and the way to his divinization. Origen shows himself to be a theologian of light, especially in his book on the principles. Right at the beginning, he refers very often to light. But we leave that out and come to the next point, post-Nicene writings, and only the first paragraph. In the aftermath of the Council of Nicaea, theologians used this terminology phos ek photos in various ways. It is striking that mainly texts of Gregory of Nazianzus, besides the theology of the Council, show the terminology of light. A simple explanation in relation to Basil and also Athanasius could be that these two have more practical than mystical approaches. And we leave this all out and go directly to the conclusion, point 5. the Nicene formula naturally is used in the Cappadocian Fathers a lot of time. Conclusion. Through the expression light from or of light, an essential Trinitarian theological statement is made. Phos ek photos clarifies the unique relationship between God the Father and the Son, as it does not exist among humans. At the same time, further ideas of light resonate. Platonic, Neoplatonic metaphysics of light forms the background to the light formula of the Council of Nicaea. Biblical statements flow into it in abundance. The positive and life-brightening everyday experience of light may also play a role. The Nicene Christology of light finds a beautiful correspondence in the illumination photismos of man, in man's path to God, and in experiences of the intelligible light that are connected with the Christian faith, its practicing and liturgy. The light formula was useful to many early church theologians in expressing the consubstantiality of Father and Son. Thank you very much.
So thank you very much for your very nice paper full of light. Now we have time just for one question, I'm afraid. So please go ahead. If there are any questions, yes, please, Franz.
Yeah, I have one question. For me, it's the crucial one. I don't know if
The micro, so sorry.
Said that the formula was introduced also by the philosophers, but in a subordinate way. And in Nicaea, they point out exactly by this formula that is an equality, an equal equality of between Father and Son. How can you explain this changing of sense, of almost contradictory sense?
Thank you very much for this question. At this point, I only wanted to point out that it is not such easy to come from this Neoplatonian area to the symbol. I would say that the background is really really made out of a lot of factors. That means we have as a first factor probably the Bible. And then maybe also the experience of light, and maybe also some philosophy is around in the air, so to say. But it's, for me, it's very difficult to find a direct way from this Plotinian text, for example, to the text of Nicaea. It's only that, well, light has plays an important role in Plato and also in the Plotinian thinking, but a direct way I would not find. Sorry. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. I guess we have to close this interesting discussion. Thank you again. And our next speaker in the same section will be Professor Demetrios Batrelos from Greece, from Athens, who also teaches in Cambridge. And his specialization is Christology, and it will also be Christology what he will be speaking about this afternoon. Fully God and fully man, the theology of Nicaea and the defense of the humanity of Christ. So please, the floor is yours.
Okay. Thank you very much. I would like to begin by thanking the organizers of this conference for inviting me to speak in the conference. It's a great pleasure and a great honor. So the title of my paper is Fully God and Fully Man, the Theology of Nicaea and the Defense of the Humanity of Christ. One of the most fundamental tenets of Christianity is that Christ is fully God and fully man. Very often, however, it has been claimed that each of these aspects of the Christological mystery can be proclaimed only at the expense of the other. So, if Christ is fully God, he must be less than fully human, and vice versa. If he is fully human, he cannot be simultaneously fully God. Some modern versions of kenotic Christology indicate that this problem is still with us. What is worse, this is probably only an instance of a widespread worldview which sees God and man in competitive terms and their relationship as a zero-sum game. The implicit or even explicit assumption that the greatness of God can be proclaimed only at the expense of man and vice versa runs against the justly famous phrase of Irenaeus that we placed as the motto of this paper. The glory of God is the living man, but the life of man is the vision of God. The prejudice, however, that pits man against God remains rampant and keeps feeding modern suspicion of, or even aversion to God and the Christian religion in particular. This, however, rests on a caricature of Christianity, as we can see if we turn our attention to Nicaea. Nicaea and its theology, especially as it was expounded by the Cappadocian Fathers, is telling us a very different story. So, whereas the Arians compromised not only Christ's full divinity, but also his full humanity, the supporters of Nicaea proclaimed the exact opposite. Christ was both fully divine and fully human. What is more, he was fully human exactly because he was fully divine. In the words of Rowan Williams, and it's all in italics, it is the affirmation of unequivocal divinity for the Logos that mandates the affirmation of unequivocal humanity for Jesus, unquote. Not only is there no contradiction between divinity and humanity, but all the more, the one presupposes and implies the other. Let us see how and why. So, to Arianism and the denial of the humanity of Christ. It is certainly not an easy or straightforward task to reconstruct the theological outlook of Arianism in its details. As to Arius himself, views are split. Earlier authorities such as Harnack and Dorner took it for granted that for Arius, Christ lacked a human soul. More recently, others, like William Hogarth, have argued against this, whereas still others, even more recently, like Ron Williams, express uncertainty. But as to later exponents of Arianism, there seems to be something like a consensus. Kelly, for instance, notes that, quote, all our authorities agree that the Arians taught that in Christ the Word had united himself to a human body lacking a rational soul, unquote. Similarly, Christopher Stead believes that this view, quote, was of course upheld by some later Arians, unquote. Likewise, in his detailed and magisterial study of the Arian controversy, Hanson claims that a recurring characteristic of Arian theology was the denial of the full humanity of Christ. So, according to many exponents of Arian theology, the Logos assumed a body without a soul, a soma apsikon. Eunomius, for instance, claimed in his confession that the Son of God did not take upon him the man made up of body and soul. Here is a characteristic quotation from the Confession of Faith of Eudoxius of Constantinople. The Son became flesh, not man, sarkothenda, uken anthropisenda. It's the exact opposite of, well, it's different from the creed anyway. For he did not take a human soul, but he became flesh. He was not a complete man, but he was God in the flesh instead of a soul. He was passible by the incarnation, for if only soul and body suffered, he could not have saved the world. Let them answer them how this passible and mortal person could be consubstantial with God, who is beyond these things, suffering and death. the logic of the passage is clear. We know that Christ suffered, but if he had a human soul, then his passion could not have been salvific, for human suffering cannot save the world. But now the Son of God was in the flesh instead of a soul. So in the absence of a human soul, he, in his divinity that is, and his body suffered. This, however, proves that he is not consubstantial with the Father, who is beyond suffering and death. It is noteworthy that Eudoxus Christ is not fully man because he is not fully God. He is merely a created and suffering God in inverted commas. It is not the presence of full divinity that compromises Christ's humanity, but its absence. In his attempt to explain the reason behind this Arian doctrine, Eustathius of Antioch wrote this: why do they think it important to demonstrate that Christ assumed a body without a soul? It is in order that if they can bamboozle some people into concluding that this is true, then, because they attach the mutable nature of passions to the divine spirit, they may easily persuade these people that the mutable should be begotten from the immutable. As we saw earlier, the view that the Son occupied the place of Christ's soul meant, among other things, that he experienced directly human passions and emotions, including suffering. This is apparently related to Christ's Gethsemane prayer. Athanasius, for example, implies that, according to his errant adversaries, in the lack of human soul, when Christ says, "Now my soul is troubled, and what should I say? Father, save me from this hour. Now it is for this reason that I have come to this hour," which is the Johannine equivalent of Christ's Gethsemane prayer. Or when Christ says, "My Father, if it is possible, let this cup pass from me." It is in fact the Logos in his divinity who is troubled and prays, according to the Arians, that is. Libard has summarized this view as follows: since it is the Word who plays the role of human soul in the incarnate Word, the Arians logically concluded from this that to say the soul of Christ is troubled is to say the Word is troubled. It is not therefore the affirmation, but the denial of the full divinity of God that leads to and is served by a truncated humanity. But how did Nicene or Neo-Nicene theology dealt with this Christological issue? We will attempt to answer this question by turning our attention briefly to Athanasius and the two Gregories, Gregory the theologian and Gregory of Nyssa. So very briefly and succinctly, Athanasius and the humanity of Christ. Athanasius, the great hero and defender of Nicaea, belongs to the so-called Alexandrian school of Christology, which sees the second person of the Trinity as the personal subject of all human acts and experiences of Jesus. This, however, does not prevent him from distinguishing what pertains to the Logos' divinity from what pertains to his humanity, or even better, to what pertains to Christ as God and to Christ as man. For Athanasius, the fact that Christ is fully God implies that he was fully man, because only in this way is it possible to give all the lowly scriptural references to Jesus a proper theological explanation. So when dealing with Jesus's advance, Prokopim, Athanasius claims that, quote, to advance in wisdom does not mean that the wisdom itself advances, but that humanity advances in it, unquote. Therefore, Jesus advanced in himself, and this advance is of the human nature. Likewise, Athanasius attributes to Christ's humanity the passions of both soul and body. So when he comments on John 12:27, now my soul is troubled, he points out that this is relevant to his humanity. The same applies to other scriptural passages in which we see Jesus crying or feeling terror of death. Likewise, when Christ asked that the cup might pass away, this pertained to his humanity. Here is a relevant passage. If he asked that the cup might pass away, it was not the divinity that was in terror, but this passion too was proper to his humanity. And that the words, "Why have you forsaken me?" are his, is nevertheless declared by the evangelists, because the Lord became man, anthropos. Now we move on to Gregory the theologian and his views on the humanity of Christ. Gregory the theologian, Gregory of Nazianzus, presents his views on the humanity of Christ in several of his works, including his theological orations 29 and 30. In oration 29, he puts forward a Christological principle on the basis of which all Christological references in the New Testament make good and proper sense. He writes that, quote, "You must predicate the most sublime expressions of the Godhead, of the nature that transcends passions and the body, and the lower ones of the compound, of him who because of you was emptied, became incarnate, and, to use equally valid language, was made man, anthropistendi," unquote. So the principle is this: all lofty statements pertain to Christ's divinity, and all lowly ones pertain to his humanity. In this, he is very similar to Athanasius, from whom he differs in that Gregory's references to the soul of Christ are more explicit. So, in these lowlier expressions, Gregory includes references not only to Christ's bodily experiences, such as hunger and sleep, but also to Christ's ignorance, obedience, prayer, and agony, the latter pointing to his Gethsemane prayer, which presuppose a human soul, mind, and will. Once again, it is precisely because Christ was fully God and therefore could not experience these experiences in his divinity that he had to be fully man, so that they may be attributed to his human mind, soul, and body. Gregory's primary concern here is not soteriological, it seems to me, as will be the case in his letters 101, 102, but Christological. Immediately after the above references, Gregory will declare that God became man, and so through the mind he was associated with the flesh. Gregory will return to the above points in more detail in the following oration, oration 30. So he will refer to Christ's obedience in this way: as word, he was neither obedient nor disobedient, the terms apply to amenable subordinates or inferiors who deserve punishments. But as the form of slave, he comes down to the same level as his fellow slaves. In alien form, he bears the whole of me, along with all that is mine, in himself. Further down in the same oration, Gregory refers to Christ's human will and affirms two things. First, its existence, and second, its conformity with the divine will. His well-known relevant statement is this: his human will is not in the least degree opposed to God, because it is totally deified. Το γάρ εκείνου θέλειν, ουδέ υπεναντίον Θεό, Θεοθέν όλων. Deified here means, of course, not having become divine in essence, but having become totally sanctified, or, as Wickham and Williams's translation puts it somewhat awkwardly, having become totally dependent upon God. Finally, Gregory deals with the question of Christ's human ignorance. He mentions that his opponents use Mark 13:32, but about that day or hour no one knows, neither the angels in heaven nor the Son, but only the Father. So they use this passage in order to argue that the Son is less than fully God. Gregory, however, replies that this ignorance is relevant to Christ's humanity. Another justly famous statement of Gregory's is this: he knows as God, but says that he knows as man, if one separates the visible from the spiritual. noumenon in this case. This implies that Christ had a human mind, as Gregory will explain in more detail in his letters 101 and 102. In these letters, Gregory repeatedly argues for the existence of a human soul and a human mind in Christ. He also argues that the divinity cannot replace human mind, for a body without a soul and mind is not man. In all, for Gregory, the lowly attributes and actions mentioned in the Gospels do not demonstrate that the Son is less than God the Father. Rather, they indicate how fully the Son participated in human life. What his Arian opponents suggest amounts to theological and anthropological minimalism, since Christ, for them, is neither fully God nor fully man. In Gregory's own words, quote, "If the man in Christ is soulless, this is what the Arians say in order to attribute the passion to the divinity," unquote, which is precisely the point. By contrast, Gregory's outlook implies anthropological maximalism, that is the deification of man, on which Gregory insists so much, by the way, since man cannot become God unless Christ is fully divine and fully human. Finally, Gregory of Nyssa on the humanity of Christ. Gregory of Nyssa also affirms the fullness of the humanity of Christ as unambiguously as his namesake, that is, Gregory of Nazianzus. His anti-Apollinarian works, Letter to Theophilus, and especially his much longer Andritikos Adversus Apollinarium, are particularly significant in this respect, as they gave him the opportunity to defend the fullness of the humanity of Christ against the Apollinarian heresy. According to Gregory, Christ is consubstantial with us and has two natures, as the Formulary of Reunion and the Council of Chalcedon would later proclaim in a formal way. As all men, he also had a human mind, for otherwise he would be a beast. For Gregory, Christ's human mind was not omniscient. In his opinion, Christ went through some human cognitional development. Furthermore, Gregory attributes to Christ a human volitional faculty. He refers to the human obedience of Christ and uses terms such as θέλημα, προαίρεσης, προαιρετική δύναμης, γνώμη, εκλογή, βούλησης, βούλημα, αυτεξούσιον, αυτεξουσιώτης, θέλειν, βούλεστε, προαιρείστε, αυτοκρατής του θελήματος κίνησης, αυτεξούσιον, βούλημα, etc., to refer to his, that is, to Christ's human will. As Alois Grillmeier has pointed out, Gregory of Nyssa is among the most significant precursors of the Diophilite Christology of the 7th century. Gregory's emphatic affirmation of Christ's full humanity goes, of course, hand in hand with his support of Nicene theology and its affirmation of Christ's full divinity. Christ had to be fully man in order to be able to suffer in soul and body, exactly because, being fully God, he could not suffer in his divinity. For Gregory of Nyssa, the proclamation of Christ's full divinity and the affirmation of his full humanity are the two sides of the same coin. And now the conclusions. We have attempted here to put forward a historical claim, partly for the sake of an apologetic argument. The historical claim is this: with some notable exceptions, Apollinarius, for instance, those who denied the full humanity of Christ were not those who proclaimed his full divinity, but the Arians, that is, those who argued that the Son of God was less than divine. By contrast, by and large, the defenders of Nicaea proclaimed Christ's full humanity, not in spite, but because of the proclamation of his full divinity. The affirmation of divinity led to the affirmation, and even more to the glorification of humanity. In this respect, the theology of Nicaea provides us with a helpful historical example that refutes modern assertions that God's existence and presence is dangerous for humans. What we see in the doctrinal controversies in the in the aftermath of Nicaea is the exact opposite. The fullness of divinity and the fullness of humanity, divine maximalism and human maximalism belong together. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed for this Christological perspective. And now we have time for discussion for several questions, if there are any. Please go ahead. If there are no questions, oh, there is a question. Please go ahead. Please.
Is it up to me?
Maybe someone behind you. Had you a question? No. So sorry, I'm missing probably.
It's a foolish question I have. I
No,
agree. I agree fully with your description of the Arian or the late Arian, how to say, description that they defend the lacking of the soul, the human soul in Christ incarnated, and but what we have in our, let's say, books, and I think a lot of students I meet is that usually we learn in our studies that Arius has defended that Christ or the incarnated was not God in any sense, but only human. So for me, it's a little bit strange, and I would like to ask you, how can it come that in how to say, in handbooks, this conviction is still now proclaimed and promulgated and yeah, promoted? For me, it's also a very strange affirmation I read in a few books, that Arius is defending the only, or the yeah, not only humanity, and he's denying divinity in Christ.
Okay. If I understood the question correctly, you are saying that many students believe that Arius defended the humanity of Christ and denied his divinity.
Yes.
And they seem to connect the two, namely that he kind of denied his divinity in order to defend his humanity, or because he defended his humanity, he denied his divinity, something like this?
I think it was the first.
The first one. Yes, I mean, well, it seems to me that possibly the reason behind it is that there is a kind of latent dualism in our culture, which pits God against man, namely the idea that if God can be proclaimed at the expense of man, and man's greatness can be affirmed only at the expense of God. So if God is present, man has to be absent, and vice versa. Therefore, given that Arius denied the divinity of Christ, he must have asserted his humanity, which is disproved by the sources. If not for Arius himself, because rather little has survived from his writings, definitely from the Arian theology of the 4th century as a whole. And that's precisely the point, that not only the defenders of Nicaea proclaimed both Christ's full divinity and his full humanity, but they proclaimed his full humanity because they proclaimed his full divinity, and they proclaimed his, and vice versa. So we see that this dualism flies out of the window, which again points to the fact that Christianity is not dangerous for us, but salvific, because it serves the integrity and the glory of man. And this is indicated also in the motto by Irenaeus, which I placed at the beginning of my paper. But the dualism is there, and people fall victim to this idea, and they have in their minds a caricature of Christianity. And I think it's part of theology to show that this caricature is indeed a caricature. So this is why I've written this paper.
Yes, thank you very much. The Christology of Arius, there is the book by Thomas Böhm, no? Christology of Arius. So, and you mean incarnated Christ is only man, okay? Because otherwise he is Theos, not hot Theos, but still. Okay, are there any other remarks? Or yes, please.
Thank you very much. But something is not working in my mind now. Because the text you quoted from Gregory the Theologians and Gregory of Nyssa are considered anti-Apollinarian texts. We know that the controversy was on the soul, because Apollinaris denied the human soul. I don't understand how to colleague the Arians and Apollinarians. This is my problem, because you know that Apollinaris was an anti-Arianist, and Athanasius at the beginning said, oh, this Apollinaris is a good man because he's against Arius. And so I'm not sure that I'm able to explain my...
You explained this perfectly. Thank you very much. This is a very good question. Okay, right. Some of the works of Gregory of Nazianzus that I referred to are anti-Apollinarian. Not his theological orations, but his two epistles, as well as the two works by Gregory of Nyssa. That's correct. But there is a similarity there between Arianism and Apollinarianism, in the sense that both deny the existence of a soul or of a rational soul in the case of Apollinarius. So there is some connection there. Moreover, it's been argued, I don't know whether it's true or not, that Apollinarius may have been inspired by Eusebius of Caesarea in denying the existence of the mind of Christ. And of course, I also implied in my text that this theology does not represent all the defenders of Nicaea. There are exceptions, and I mentioned Apollinarius as an exception. But the main bulk, as it were, of the defenders of Nicaea sided with Athanasius and the two Gregories. Apollinarius was an exception, a notable exception, but an exception nevertheless. So the logic behind Athanasius's and the two Gregories' defense of the humanity of Christ, even when they write against Apollinarius, is the same, namely that full divinity and full humanity belong together. And if you deny the one, you will have to deny also the other, which is the exact opposite of the dualism that is so rampant in our culture.
Yes, thank you very much. If there are no other questions, is there any? Yes, please.
It's really it's a kind of question. It is a question. So it's certainly a question, but the quotations from Oration 29 by Gregory the Theologian, the way the translation, the way you interpret it, and also the way your translators interpret it, is as if it's a contrast between divinity and humanity. But it's not. It's a contrast between the eternal logos and the compound. That's what he says. There's a contrast between the eternal logos, to which you can ascribe divine attributes.
Which passage?
The one you had on the.
Okay, because I've quoted a few.
The bit from 2020. I haven't got. Sorry, I haven't got the page number or anything. But where you have. It's the passage that goes into a whole passage of contrast between as a divine sounding and human sounding, and what what Gregory says is that there's the word, the eternal word, and the compound, of synthetos. Now, the synthetos is actually God and man. So it's not a contrast between God and man, it's a contrast between God eternal and God made man. And that's a different contrast. And I think the quotations they're using, actually by Lionel Wickham, he did 29 to 31. For some reason, he's being pulled in the direction of the formula of reunion, which does want to say that there are divine attributes that are to the divinity and human attributes that are to the humanity. But that's not precisely what either of the Gregories, I think, are saying. They're thinking in terms of God himself and then God made man, word made flesh. So the second, with the second, the human sounding things, the human sounding epithets are genuine because he has truly been made man. That means what you're wanting to make, I think, is in relation to these is rather than assimilating them to the formula of reunion, where there is a sense of he's both God and he's man, and you sort of balance them off one against another. I don't think the capitations do that.
Yes, thank you for the remark and the question. Well, I think you are right, but a few points. First of all, the logos is the same before and after the incarnation.
Yes.
The only thing that changes is that he has assumed our humanity. Okay, so the distinction between the logos and the compounds has to be seen in this light. But I think what I can emphasize on the basis of what you've just said is that, and I briefly referred to that while reading my paper, is that Gregory, I think, and some other theologians, including Maximus the Confessor par excellence, prefer not to talk in terms of divinity and humanity, but in terms of the Logos as God and the Logos as man, okay, which is, in my opinion, preferable. Okay, of course, the formula of reunion and the Council of Chalcedon have different problems to address, okay. On the other hand, I believe that especially the Christology of Gregory of Nazianzus is very Chalcedonian, or Neo-Chalcedonian, if you wish. I mean, there is a splendid emphasis on both the unity of Christ and also the distinction between the two natures. But of course, the context is different, both the historical context and the theological context. Yeah. So you're not convinced, but anyway.
Yeah, okay. I think the section is completed. Thank you very much again, and we will continue after a break of 25 minutes at 18 o'clock at 6 p.m. Ladies and gentlemen, we can continue our session concerning the theology of Council of Nicaea with the philosophical terminology this time. So I think it will be very interesting. The first speaker is Tomasz Szczępień from Warsaw, Poland. You can remember that he organized one of our conferences. So we are very pleased to have him here. And his topic of this afternoon is ousia in the Nicene Creed, the question of its meaning and possible philosophical sources. Please,
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I'm very glad to be here. Thank you for the invitation. And I would like to add some philosophical spice to this theology. But I must warn you that writing this paper, I found a million questions and not many answers to this. And so I will read and skip some parts, and I will tell you basically what my two main theses for this paper are. In the Creed of Council of Nicaea, we find the term ousia used 3 times. First of all, it denotes that the Son of God is of the Father's substance, ectes ousias tu patros. At the end of the Creed, we find the anathema against those who assert that the Son of God is of different hypostasis or substance. And there is, of course, the term containing ousia when Son of God is said to be consubstantial, homoousios with the Father. In my paper, I would like to concentrate especially on the first occurrence of ousia in the expression of the Son being of the ousia of the Father, without paying much attention to the term homoousios and aligning ousia with hypostasis in the ending anathema. The history of research on homoousios is the long history of scholarship, which is in much extent inconclusive, and we have no agreement whether it had earlier Christian, philosophical, Gnostic, or hermeneutic sources. Various hypotheses have been proposed and rejected after a critical reassessment. However, I'm far from claiming that the term ousia has no connection or even has weak connection with homoousios, as we shall see during the course of my paper. I would like only to underline a claim which was in large extent the basis of Christopher Stead research. Sorry for misspelling of Steed is here, but this is some kind of mutiny of spell correction or something like that. Everything is Steed instead of E is instead of A. Christopher Steed researched in his Divine Substance that only when we understand the meaning of ousia as such, we can grasp the meaning of homoousios. The third usage of ousia at the ending anathema is less interesting in my eyes because it does not bring any new meaning of the term besides being a testimony of treating hypostasis as having basically the same meaning as ousia. Therefore, I shall concentrate on the expression ectes ousias tu patros, looking especially at its philosophical context. The first question, which seems fundamental, is why the term was used in the first place. Any attempt to answer this question must start with the notice that if we understand the Nicene Creed as an answer to Arius and his party, an obvious conclusion seems to be that the term was used by Arius himself. It seems that the term ousia was the one of the means for Arius to express that the Son was lesser than the Father, had a beginning, and had been created. Ousia was the term which he expressed, by which he expressed this lack of equality. Notwithstanding the difficulties we have with the sources, we know Athanasius' testimony, which seems credible, that Arius himself had said that the Son of God has come to existence out of non-being, ex uk onton, and had not been of the Father's substance, had not been proper to the Father's substance, uk est in idios tes ousias tu patros, being his creation and his work. Most of all, this is one of the strongest statements, and it is in accord with other formulation of this position in weaker forms without using the term. It seems that for him, ousia, used in this context, meant individual being of the Son who was not proper to the Father's substance, could not have the same kind of being and could not have been an ingenerated principle. For Arius, then, ousia was already associated with the discussion on the origin and status of the sun, and for him the official position involved in an unacceptable teaching on two independent first principles. So if we admit that for Arius the usage of ousia served to forge the strongest formula of inequality between Father and the Son, the answer in the creed also should have used this formula. Although such answer to the question why it was used is simple and could probably seem obvious, but it is only a partial reply, since we did not explain why Arius used it and why it seems the best option of expressing equality or inequality at all. Before we go any further, we must note that yet one more case of using ousia. It seems that just after Council of Nicaea, the Arian party especially disagreed with the statement that the Son was from the ousia of the Father. We can see it most clearly in the letter of Eusebius of Nicomedia to Paulinus of Tyre. The text was largely repeated in the letter of the Arian candidates. We probably hear more about it soon. Here we find passage saying that the unbegotten is one, and the one also which exists in truth by him, yet was not made out of his ousia, does not at all participate in the nature or ousia of the unbegotten. The term serves here to express inequality of the Son to the Father as regards this generation and sharing the same being. As Christopher Stead concludes, here ousia means nature, rank, or metaphysical status, and therefore not being from the same substance means non-sharing the same status of being as a first principle, but does not mean that there is no likeness between the Son and the Father. Athanasius seems to understand ousia the same way. Explaining why the fathers of Nicaea used this term, he says that biblical expression from God, ek tou theou, could not, there's not missing here, be understood in the same manner when applied to the Son and our creation. The use of ousia served to express uniqueness of the generation of the Son, which is unlike any other. The Son is generated but not created like other beings. He also states that God is completely simple and had no accidents, and there is nothing to complete his ousia. If we look at this discussion from the broader perspective, there is one thing which could be or which must be noticed. Although both sides have different opinions on the status of the Son, they express their claims using the term ousia without any restraints or remarks that it should be understood this or that way. This, in my opinion, meant that there was some kind of agreement as to the meaning of the term, and nobody seems to question the very suitability of it for the purpose of expressing the opposing claims. That is, nobody did until the middle of the 4th century, when Anomians started to use it in a different context, claiming that the Son was of a completely different substance than that of the Father. Only then, at a couple of councils, various prohibitions for the use of ousia and related terms were formulated, as they were considered non-biblical and therefore causing confusions. Sirmion and Constantinople. This position was held by the party of the so-called Homoians, who claimed that it is better to speak of the Son being simply similar to the Father without evoking strange non-biblical ousia. It is worth noticing that it seems that the new element which caused such categorical rejection of ousia was the complete difference of ousia upheld by the Anomians, while previously the disagreement involved only the grade of similarity between persons. At this point, it is worth asking what exactly was that common meaning of ousia which was agreed among the Arians and the Orthodoxes. Another interesting question is why the problem of the philosophical meaning suddenly arose with Anomians. Whether previously the term had not been perceived as philosophical, or with the new actor on the scene, it rather changed its meaning. I'm not sure that we could answer those questions to the extent they deserve here, but I would like to point at some answers. First of all, the term must have been used in philosophical meaning from the start, because any other meaning that is non-philosophical does not fit at all. It commonly meant possession or property. And what is interesting, Uzziah appears 3 times in the Bible, in book of Tobias and Gospel of Luke, in this very meaning. Therefore, only philosophical Uzziah was not biblical and therefore questioned. But if we turn to philosophy, we can feel lost in various meanings and various variations of them, since the term was used by philosophers for several hundred years, and those philosophers were from the different schools. And even if we turn to Aristotle, who contributed the most in philosophizing this common term, he also ascribed it to it different meanings. Christopher Stead, in his classical divine substance, considering the usage of the term in late antiquity, makes a list of basic 7 meanings, but even though they have some variations. Referring to the usage of Uzziah in Ectes Uzzias, the obvious strategy is to review all meanings in search for the fitting in a given context of the Arian debate. But I would like to propose another strategy. It is worth considering whether in this case there was anything in this term that linked all of its various meanings listed by Christopher Stead. I would like to evoke here the general remark of Andrew Stevens, summarizing the usage of Uzziah in the period when it gained its philosophical meaning. He points out that we have a different approach to language than that of the Greek philosophers. Contemporary philosophy tends to invent new words for the new concepts that have been produced by the new approach to reality or appeared in reasoning. But the Greek philosophers did the opposite thing. They looked for an old word that was most suitable to express the new concept. In case of Uzziah, its evolution can be described by adding the new meanings to the word which had been already used by previous philosophers, but there obviously was a reason why they would rather use Uzziah than other terms. Certainly, there is no place here to trace historical evolution of the term, but we can say briefly that there is one meaning which is present in all philosophical schools, in my opinion, the general meaning. In my opinion, the historical development of the term, as specifically using the term to describe God, brings about one common meaning, that is being in the full sense or full intensity, being truly. So this is most general meaning, and I skip the review of philosophical schools on page 4 and page 5. Basically, I try to show here that for Plato, for Aristotle, for Neoplatonics, and even for the Stoics, term Uzziah meant true being, being in a full sense, being in a, which is fuller than other types of being. So, like in Aristotle, there was opposition between substance and categories. In Plato, there's opposition between ideas and material world, and so on and so on. So, Uzziah was used generally to express that something exists in a fuller sense. So, let's skip to the beginning of page 6. It seems probable that at the beginning of the 4th century, Uzziah was understood this way, meaning the full sense of full being, for those with very basic philosophical education. In fact, we have got good confirmation that this sense of Uzziah as true, real full being could have been considered as reply to Arius. The letter of the Synod of Antioch, 363, reads, "We submit to your reverence that we accept and hold to the creed of the Holy Council of Nicaea, which was assembled long time ago, and then we mention the word in which appears strange to some, the homoousion. It has received a sound interpretation among the fathers, signifying that the Son was begotten from the Uzziah of the Father, ectes Uzzias to Patros, and that he is like the Father in Uzziah. It does not mean any passion occurred in ineffable generation, nor the word Uzziah taken by the fathers in a certain Greek use, but to refute from non-existence ek uk onton, which Arius impiously dared to apply to Christ, and which the Anomoians who are around today shamelessly parade and even more desperate and daring manner to injure the church's peace." And the note here, we are talking here about Homoians who finally signing to the Nicene Creed. Yes, so they are changing their mind about Uziah in this meaning, and they say that this is against Arius' claim that the Son was from non-being. What the Synod suggests is that Uziah in the Nicene Creed is a response to Arius' claim that the Son is from non-being. In such case, the application of Uziah with the meaning discussed above makes perfect fit. It is probably the most suitable move to confirm that he is from the real and full being of the Father, since the Arian expression could be easily understood as claim that the Son is a creation produced by the Father from nothing, or even as depriving the Son from existence at all. In both cases, the usage of Uziah was suitable as confirmation of the real existence of the Son, and that the Son had not been created by the Father. In the text quoted above, we have an interesting statement that the term was not taken by fathers in a certain Greek use. Commenting on that, Johannes Zachuber says that it would have been philosophers whom the present text had in mind, as they are most likely candidates for defining the term Uziah. This finding, however, is yet no great help, since it's clear that there was no one meaning of Uziah generally accepted by philosophers of that time. If we agree that there was some fundamental meaning of the term, which was the source and basic of the various meanings in various schools, the difficulty can be resolved. But here I mean that there was no particular usage of particular school, but it refers to some general usage. So this particularity is excluded here, but not its general philosophical meaning. The final questions which I would like to ask is the origin of the expression ectes Uzias. After thorough discussion on the expression, Christopher Stitt in his Divine Substance concludes, the phrase was not designed to make the directly ontological statement about the Son, misspelling once again, that he is of the Uziah, id est rank, dignity, or status, which is proper to the Father, but rather to show that he derives from the Father by a process comparable to natural generation, as opposed to some process of making like that of God's created works. It is easy to see that Stedt wants to somehow deontologize this statement, but if we take into account the letter of Synod of Antioch quoted above and the proposed understanding of Uziah, such understanding needs correction, since in my opinion, the claim of the real existence of any entity is obviously an ontological statement. But Stedt analysis is sound in the second part of the conclusion, that this expression serves to claim that the Son comes from the Father in some kind of natural generation. The question is, can we find any similar process described in philosophical literature? If we look to Plotinus, I'm glad that I heard about phos ex photos before, we can observe that he uses the same expression, ectes Uzias, to describe the very core of his philosophy, the procession of hypostases. I think that this is worth having a brief look at this theory, because it seems the only candidate to show the process which could serve as a philosophical model for the generation of the Son. To begin, we must return to existential aspect of Uziah. When Plotinus describes the intellectual cosmos, he sees it not as a static one, but constantly changing, constantly active, eternally evolving universe. Therefore, when he describes the hypostases of this world, he sees them as constantly active, I'm lost, constantly, eternally performing their own activities, which are called energeias. When Plotinus discussed the categories of being and argues that Aristotle categories are only applicable to the material world, he says that Platonic categories from sophists are appropriate to describe the intellectual hypostasis. The Platonic categories are not like Aristotelian ones. They are not added to substance, but they are those substances, and they must be understood as natural energeias substance. Therefore, a category of being means it is very being of this substance. Identity is being in identity. Difference is being in difference, etc. Therefore, substance is in fact its own natural activity. And this activity differs depending on the level of being which hypostasis has. Therefore, we can say that in the logic of Plotinian noetic realm, the eternal establishment of subsequent hypostases in their natural activities depends on their relation to the one. That is, only the one establishes itself referring to what is in itself, while other hypostases establish themselves relating to the one. And this self-establishment is the first energeia of the substance. But according to Plotinus, the first energeia, in case of the one, means also establishing itself as being creative. And therefore, our hypostases coming from the source also reproduce the creative activity of the one. Therefore, after this first internal energeia comes the second one, which goes out from substance. And here is how Plotinus explains the way of nous proceeding from the one. I will skip the quotation because I got no time. Three things must be underlined regarding the text above, to the page 8, the begin after the quotation. We can see that Plotinus describes the second energeia. He uses exactly the same expression which was used in Nicene Creed. This is energeia ectes ousias. Secondly, we can see in Plotinus the examples that this activity is natural for substance, and we can say that it is the expression of what substance is in itself. And it is impossible to imagine substance without its external activity. Like there is no fire which does not produce light and heat. This was the example from the quotation. Thirdly, although Plotinus wants to say true to Plato's sentence from the Republic that the supreme principle is epekeina tes ousias, above substances, he uses the term to describe the one and its activities. The one differs in referring only to itself in its activities, but also, like any other hypostasis, has two activities, internal and external. We, of course, have very weak arguments that anyone gathered at Council of Nicaea did know Plotinus's philosophy, but such possibility cannot be excluded. It is not only the usage of the expression of ectes ousias which connects Plotinus with Nicaea, but also very context and meaning of it. So it is possible that Plotinus' philosophy became the intellectual framework to describe the process which Christopher Stead described as a process comparable to natural generation as opposed to some process of making like the God's created works. We see a kind of generation of nous from the one which cannot be understood as a creation. However, we must remember that it was only the inspiration in the discussion with Arius. It still remained only a framework. The fathers of Nicaea did not copy Plotinus' philosophy, if they refer to Plotinus at all, but they use it in creative way. And the best testimony of this is the term homoousios, which appears in the Creed. Although the one passes on its nature to the intellect, Plotinus would never call those two consubstantial, simply because the effect must be always lesser than the cause. And intellect came from the one precisely because it is no longer the absolute one, but becomes many. Although he uses the term, it is rather described, the term homoousios, it rather describes lower level of noetic cosmos, the hypostasis at the same level of being, like the souls in the same species, or participation of the soul in a higher divine reality. Therefore, if indeed it was inspiration, we can see that the fathers of Nicaea made a huge ontological change in the Plotinus metaphysics. One last thing which is worth mentioning is the fact that although we do not have clear evidence of the influence of Plotinus on the Nicene Creed, the similarities were recognized and acknowledged by Christian writers in the later part of the 4th century. This recognition brings forward another significant metaphysical change concerning the understanding of energeia. It is well known that, as it is well known, the discussion with Anomians resulted in a claim that there was only one internal energeia of the Trinity, which was the procession of divine persons. Following Plotinus' understanding of energeia, we can say that this one activity of the Trinity is how it is in itself, how it is in its very nature. But any external energeia is voluntary and refers to creation and governance of the universe. This is once again contrary to Plotinus' ontology, in which internal self-establishing energeia of substance was never seen as producing different hypostases. Thank you very much.
So thank you very much for this contribution discussing usia and energeia in Plotinus and the Council of Nicaea. We have time for discussion. If there are any remarks, please, Andrew.
This is just a remark by someone. I knew Christopher Steed well, and I give you a definitive. He pronounced his name Steed, but spelt it with an A.
Yes. So this is why my problem with the autocorrection or something that should be should be yes. So this is my confusion about pronouncing. Yes,
but you called him Stead in the lecture.
Yes, thank you. Yes, I never know how to pronounce names. Your name
English,
was also an enigma to me before we met.
It's not a phonetic language.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, so it was it. You have no other remarks, Andrew. It is a pity. Yes, please. Go ahead.
Thank you very much, Professor Stepien, for your philosophical survey. My question regards the question of inspiration, the question of godly inspiration. So we have heard in every council of the church that the Father said, it looks good to us, to the Holy Spirit and to us, and afterwards they express their faith. We sometimes look for similarities between formula of faith and philosophical schools, and we see that Plotinus or Plato or Aristotle could be found in this formula of faith. But my question is, where is God in all this formulation of faith? I mean, the fathers had that conscious that what they write is not from philosophy or from a certain school, but they are inspired from above, even if they use the language at hand. But how we integrate this inspiration from the Holy Spirit in articulating the faith in this.
So my answer generally, more generally, because we can look in the philosophical heritage used by the fathers in two ways. Some say that it is dangerous, yes, because when we say that philosophy was an inspiration, it basically means that Christianity have brought nothing new to the scene, and this is basically some kind of transcription, maybe a misunderstanding of Plotinus or any philosophical school. And so Christianity just this is so in this case divinity is excluded. I'm completely agree with you. But how I see it like that of course before Christ Holy Spirit was active among philosophers, and even Saint Paul says that Christians in a letter to Romans that the secrets of God and His power was known to the Greeks. Yes, so he testifies that it was somehow inspired by God. And therefore, for me, I like to understand it this way, that it is not something great to just came to the scene and just invent something new. But what I see here is not just simply changing Plotinus or changing Neoplatonism or changing philosophy, but rather saying it is coming to the Christianity comes to the scene and does something like that. You Plotinus or you Plato were great philosophers. But now we can correct you because we've got the revelation and we are under the influence of Holy Spirit. So this is something great to take the peak of philosophical invention of peak of the reasoning of human mind, yes, and add to it something more, which makes it even more sensible, reasonable, and even more attractive, or even more true, even to those who are not Christian. So in this case, I just don't see any problem with seeing that Plotinus was the inspiration and fathers were under the influence of the Holy Spirit. Yes. Because if we see it in maybe in from above, like the God economy of salvation or something like that, so we can see that philosophy was some kind of preparation, and it was not our concept or any man's concept, but God's concept to speak in Greek language, not in Latin or you see.
Okay, so according to Clement of Alexandria, it is the preparation for Christ, isn't it?
Yes.
We have another remark by Theresia and Professor Marcellus.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you. Only 2 points on page 4. You conclude, in my opinion, the historical development of the term and specifically try using the term to describe God brings about one common meaning, that is being in the full sense or full intensity, being truly. So what comes to my mind is the name of God in Exodus. I am the one who is.
Yes, indeed.
That maybe
yes,
one.
Yes, good remark I added here.
And the other remark would be on page 6 on the Synod of Antioch, where you are speaking also on Osea, and just to remind that at the end of the symbol of Nicaea there are the anathemas, and there you have Osea kai hypostasis or hypostasis kai Osea, which gives you a hint on the problem of the concepts.
Yes.
Therefore, it might be also some connection or to think about that.
Yes, I think I rethink it, but as I said at the beginning of my paper, I see in this anathema, I don't see adding a new meaning to Osea. It basically says to me that Osea has the same meaning as hypostasis at this moment. Yes, and in philosophical literature, it is perfectly reasonable to see it like that.
But just add a point. Especially the synonymous of Osea and hypostasis is a problem in the Christological development, then it's a big step then to distinguish.
Yes, and one addition to the inspiration of the Holy Spirit is that there is no such differentiation between hypostasis as Osea and Osea in pagan literature, in philosophical literature, and but Christian understanding of hypostasis even more relevant to describe person. Yes, and Boethius' definition on the West when he refers to it to the meaning of hypostasis would never come out if there was no discussion and no inspiration. I think God's inspiration in this.
Yes, thank you. The last remark by Professor Marcellus.
Thank you for your contribution, Professor. It seems to me that the use of the term Osea by the fathers of Nicaea, or under, I would like to express myself in another way. The real reason that the fathers of Nicaea used the term Osea in the expression ectis Oseas to patros, or in the word homoousion, was that Arius had used the word heterousion.
of different essence in compare with the Father.
Arius used the term?
Pardon?
Arius used that term?
Yes,
I don't
of
think
course.
so. I must look for it.
And the homoousios and ectisousias to patros were the answer to heterousios of Arius.
Yes, because I thought that heterousios.
That's why the fathers used an philosophical and heretical.
Thank you for enlightening me, and because I just didn't know that in the remainings of Arius there was heterousion. Heterousion was used by Anomians for sure, and I know it because I studied it, but I never found out it in Arius.
Micro would say the Son is not homoousian, so the Arians would deny.
Yes, of course, but term heterousion.
He did not use the word homoousion in a negative way, but only the word heterousion. And the homoousion of the fathers was the answer.
Yes.
To heterousion of Arius.
Yes. Okay.
Yeah. Thank you very much again for the discussion. And the next speaker of this session is Svetoslav Rybolov from Sofia, Bulgaria. And we will stay with the philosophical topics. This time is Aristotelian terminology. And the title of his paper is The Arian Interpretation of Aristotle's Categories and the Symbol of Nicaea. So please.
Thank you. Thank you.
Go ahead.
In 318, Arius, who was already an old man, began to preach that the Son of God was created, and therefore there was a time when the Son did not exist. For this reason, he is not unbegotten. However, the main characteristic of God is that he is not begotten. In two of his letters to Eusebius of Nicomedia and the other to Alexander of Alexandria, Arius explains that while God is without a beginning and is not begotten, the Son has a beginning to his existing. In the letter to his bishop Alexander, Arius emphasizes the unity of God and takes great care to avoid referring to God as Father. When discussing the birth of the Son, he does not refer to the Father, but rather to God. The only instance in which he uses the term Father to refer to God is when he quotes the words of Bishop Alexander. In his later works, including the poem Thalia and the letter of Arius and Eusonius to Constantine, the word father is used not in a triadological, but in a cosmological context. God as father, it as creator of all that exists. At the beginning of the second letter to Bishop Alexander, Arius tries to distance himself from what he claims are materialistic concepts of the relation between the Father and Son, referring in this way to the Gnostic influences in Alexandria during the 3rd and early 4th centuries. In this context, he rejects the notion of the homoousion as a possible term defining the relation between Father and Son. The signatories of the letter, a group consisting of 5 presbyters, 6 deacons, and 5 bishops who were supporters of Arius, reject the statement that the Son is an emanation, similar to the belief held by the Gnostic Valentinus, or that he is a consubstantial part of the Father, meros homoousion, as the Manichaeans claimed. The signatories of the letter refused to agree with Sabellius that Father and Son are one and the same, and with the Gnostic heretics that the Son is light from light. Thus, they acknowledge a pre-existing world before the material world, who after being born became the Son of God. In order to properly understand Arius' concerns regarding the concept of consubstantiality to homoousion, it is important to consider firstly the meaning of the term substance, ousia, within its philosophical context. Originally, this term was systematically used by Aristotle in the 5th chapter of his Categories. He perceives the existence of two types of substances, primary and secondary substance. Primary substances are essential substances, and in the strict sense, substances. They're indivisible, in other words, they represent only one single entity whose inherent individuality they express in some way. As for the secondary ousiai substances, they're divisible. They are common to all beings among which they are distributed. For example, the concepts of human being, horse, animal, etc. represent secondary substances. They're in fact predicable and so belong to all things which participate respectively in the genera of human being, horse, animal, etc. Conversely, a particular person as an individual is naturally a primary ousia substance because there is no other entity identical to them in their particularity. In this way, the secondary substances are found in the primary substances and are no substances in the strict sense of the term. Secondary substances thus remain as composite, synthetoi, formed from multiple primary or essential entities or from multiple elements. In his work, Metaphysics, Aristotle discusses the theory of substance at length, but here, as in other works, he does not explicitly and definitively focus on the reality of the divine substance as such. That is why the peripatetic tradition found it necessary to clarify and distinguish between primary substances and secondary substances. Furthermore, within its Neoplatonic interpretation, it placed these concepts into the broader framework of speculation regarding the divine. The Neoplatonist who was actively involved in Aristotle's philosophical legacy, Porphyry of Tyre, published in his introduction and commentary on Aristotle's Categories at the very end of the 3rd century. Regarding substances, Porphyry distinguishes primary from secondary ones. When it comes to elucidating individuals, he appears to offer greater clarity than Aristotle, giving priority to the genus-species structure. In the same book, 23rd paragraph, primary substances are necessarily individual, indivisible, and isolated. Generally speaking, Porphyry always calls substances particular partial entities, ousiai merikai. As for the secondary substances, they are common, divisible, and open, communicable, shareable, participative. As specifically for the term of consubstantial, homoousios, or consubstantiality to homoousion, it was introduced in the philosophical tradition most likely by the Neoplatonist Plotinus in his Enneads. Following Plotinus, Neoplatonic writers such as Porphyry and Iamblichus interpreted Aristotle's primary substances as individual and close realities that could not be consubstantial as such. Thus it appears that no one is homoousios to his fellow in his own individuality. This is why the adjective homoousios can only be understood of beings who share the same secondary substance. Their accidents, symbebe kota, mark their individuality and may be different, but they nevertheless share one consubstantial part, meros homoousion. In this context, it is important to highlight the Neoplatonic interpretation of substances in Iamblichus' book on the mysteries. He points that transcendent realities cannot be part of composite substances appearing in the sensory world. He observes that in the realm of the sensory world, various elements are combined into one complete reality, which he denotes with the term consubstantial, homoousion, uniform, homoioides, or of the same nature, homophus. The transcendent is immutable and therefore immiscible. It cannot have parts and mixtures. In the hierarchy of substances, a lower substance can only indirectly be involved in the higher one. In the direction of this logic, it seems that for the Neoplatonists, God could only be a primary substance. For if he is a secondary substance, and if the Son is a consubstantial part, merus homoousion, of the Father, such a composition would make God mutable and brought into existence another, original, third substance, which in a special way preceded him. We should not forget another very important element of the Neoplatonic interpretation of Aristotle. Ammonius, Olympiodorus, and Simplicius make clear distinction between Aristotle's first four categories, substance, quality, quantity, relation, and the other six categories, somewhere, sometime, being in position, having, acting, being acted upon. According to their interpretation, the second group of categories is formed by combinations of the categories of the first group, which are originally primary. These interpreters thus place Aristotle's categories within a hierarchical system that is typically Neoplatonic and appears to attempt to forge an artificial harmony between the philosophies of Aristotle and Plato. The endeavor of to place the categories within a Neoplatonic hierarchy leads to the conclusion that not all categories can be applied to transcendental realities. It follows that within Neoplatonism, it is impossible to apply any of Aristotle's categories to the divine insofar as they are unlikely to adequately convey its meaning. It's worth noting that the six bishops who condemned Paul of Samosata in 268-269 in Antioch adhered to the peripatetic logic and the doctrine of substances. They perceive ousia as an individual reality to oppose Paul's monarchianism and to disapprove of his interpretation of to homoousion, a term frequently employed by him to establish the unity and inseparability of the deity, where the three persons are regarded as manifestations in time but lack distinct personal identities as Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. Consequently, Paul's so-called monarchianism aligns with the spirit of the Sabellian heresy. A noteworthy aspect in the discussion of that era is that the peripatetic speculation was simultaneously undergoing vigorous reinterpretation by the pioneers of the rising Neoplatonism. This process likely served as means through which the Alexandrian presbyter Arius familiarized himself with Aristotelian thought, which appears to have influenced his theological endeavors. It can be inferred that Arius met Iamblichus in person around 300 in Syria. During this period, Iamblichus was teaching his doctrine in Antioch and Apamea. It seems that Arius was studying at the same time in Antioch under the guidance of Martyr Lucien. According to Epiphanius of Cyprus, the bishops who condemned Paul of Samosata at the Antioch Council in 268-269 attributed an individual or primary substance to the Son. And it seems, at least according to Epiphanius, to have understood the word ousia in sense of hypostasis, and that is why they rejected the existence of a single divine substance in itself. This brief mention by Epiphanius implies that there is a theological reflection heavily influenced by Aristotle's idea, in which Arius faithfully adhered. In this perspective, Arius seems to have been a principled follower of the conciliar decision of the 6 bishops of Antioch, 268 to 69, and as such, he attributed to each of the persons of the Holy Trinity an individual substance. It has primary substance, according to Aristotle. Arius seems to have believed that the concept of consubstantiality, the homoousion, rendered the divine substance secondary. It has composite, complex, changeable substance. According to the Neoplatonist interpretation of Arius' categories, this places it within the realm of sense perceivable. It is possible that he also believed that if it is accepted that the substance is secondary, one might follow a similar understanding to Porphyry, in which the divine substance unfolds in 3 hypostases: the good, the one, the demiurge mind, and the world soul, each of which is distinguished by its own defining characteristic. Arius does not accept the existence of a single substance for the 3 persons of the Holy Trinity, because in accordance with the Aristotle logic, it would cease to be a genuine substance and instead become a secondary one. As we have observed, Aristotle maintains that the real substance is the primary one. Already in a Neoplatonic perspective, this would imply a complex composite substance that could only be observed in the realm of the sense perceivable. It will be also another substance distinct from the Father and from the Son, but composed of them both. Evidently, Arius accuses his bishop Alexander of having preached about the Son as a consubstantial part of the Father. For consubstantial part, meros homoousion, is precisely the expression we find in the text of Arius' letter to Bishop Alexander. Interestingly, in this letter, the phrase meros homoousion is attributed to the Gnostic teaching of Manichaeism, which either connects the Platonic tradition with the Gnostic, or simply reinforces the accusation against the bishop, since we know that Mani was the only Gnostic who attempted to establish a network of communities imitating the Christian church, and thus being its only serious competitor. Indeed, the same accusation was leveled by the 6 bishops who convened to tie a Paul of Samosata in 268-269 in Antioch, because he attempted to merge the persons of the Trinity into one. Basil of Caesarea later attests that Paul's opponents understood the homoousion as an initial division within the divine substance. However, he vehemently rejects this position, as he believes that such a notion may apply to copper coins, but not to the Father and the Son. But in the case of God the Father and God the Son, there is no question of substance anterior or even situated beyond both of them. What we may surmise is that according to Arius, the Father and Son are individual, indivisible substances. In the context of a strict monotheism, however, this would result to complete nonsense, as it would imply the existence of 2 coexisting deities in parallel. That is why Arius rejects such teaching and emphasizes that it undermines the divine unity revealed in the New Testament and also in the Old. According to Arius, if the Father and Son coexist as 2 entities in relation to each other, they would constitute 2 first causes to divine principles. The rationale behind this argument is that, based on Aristotelian logic, the Father and Son must necessarily be 2 principles in order to be mutually correlative and distrephonda. This means to be precisely the reason why Arius says that God, I quote, God is before the Son, who did not exist before being begotten. In his letter to Eusebius of Nicomedia, Arius is quite direct in his assertion that the Son is founded, begotten, created, and that he did not exist before. He was created by the will of God from nothing, not from his substance. Therefore, Arius suggests that God not only can, but must be considered God in himself before the coming into being of the Son, and therefore the relation of God as Father. In the quoted letter to Alexander, we find the following passage, I quote, God, the cause of the universe, is precisely one, without beginning. The Son begotten of the Father, apart from time, and being created and founded before ages, did not exist before he was generated, but being begotten apart from time, before all things, alone was made to subsist by the Father. For he is not eternal or co-eternal with the Father, nor he is uncreated, nor has his being together with the Father, as some speak of relations, thus introducing two uncreated principles. But as a monad, an universal principle, God is above all. End of quotation. We see how the Son has a beginning, and there exists a primordial period during which he did not yet exist. According to Arius, he is simply a creature, akin to all other creatures in this world, but occupying a special and preeminent position. It should be noted that this text contains an important allusion to the philosophical terminology of the period. According to this letter, as well as an account by Theodore of Cyrus, Arius believed that the three divine persons were incommensurate with each other, individual, it has primary substances. The fact that Arius mentions the substances in their relation is not accidental. In the 3rd and the 4th centuries, in the church, the category of relation became probably a controversial way of expressing the coexistence of the Father and the Son. It seems that at the beginning of the theological controversies, some Christian thinkers had already resorted to the help of Aristotle in using this category to express how Father and Son exist simultaneously and eternally. Arius seems to have criticized the Church's use of Aristotelian category of relation as set forth in the 7th chapter of the Categories and applied to the transcendent realities. In fact, for Aristotle, this category is not very important because for him the simultaneous existence of two realities is not an obvious and universal principle. He sees some obstacles in its application in some special cases. In his later writings, relation, prosti in Greek, simply loses its meaning as an independent category. In the Neoplatonic interpretation of the categories, however, as already noted above, the category relation, prosti, turns out to be very important because it finds itself in the group of the 4 primary categories in the specific hierarchical order used by the Neoplatonic interpreters of Aristotle. As already mentioned, for the Neoplatonists, the combination of these 4 categories form the other 6 secondary categories. However, according to the tradition of Neoplatonism, all of them together are entirely unsuitable to transcendental realities. It seems that Arius followed the same logic, assumed that the correlativeness of the 2 objects in a relation would be applicable only within the realm of the sensory world, but not beyond it. Consequently, such concepts are inapplicable to God. Following maybe the same logic in their theological speculation, bishops skeptical to the Nicene Creed in 357 at the Council of Sirmium refused to use the category of substance, ousia, considering it completely inapplicable to God. The ambiguity of the concept of substance in this context also leads to a number of disputes and doubts about the concept homoousion. The the fathers of the Second Council in Constantinople changed, namely this point in the Nicene Creed. They were aware of the slipperiness of the formula genithenta ektesousias to patros, which was introduced alongside with the homoousion in the Nicene Creed, but it remained somehow unexplained. The well-known and somewhat uncritically accepted opinion in the historical dogmatic writings of the last 2 centuries that Arius was a skilled dialectician and philosopher actually has rather late origin. From the limited extant text by Arius and the quotations from him by other authors, it becomes apparent that Arius does not appear to have a systematic Neoplatonic approach. Furthermore, his familiarity with Aristotle is primarily through the interpretations of Neoplatonic authors. Nevertheless, it can be confidently asserted that he was dedicated to upholding principled positions in line with the philosophical conventions of his era, without displaying significant philosophical innovation, a characteristic that distinguished him from many other Christian authors, from, for instance, Basil, Gregory the Great, and so on. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this second philosophical contribution. And we have now time for discussion. Please, Marta. May I ask the microphone, please, for Marta?
Thanks a lot for your paper. I have 2 remarks, but one of them is a question. I'll start from the second. I was wondering once why Gregory of Nyssa didn't use the expression prosti. Instead, he used schesis when he talks about the relation between the Father and the Son. Do you think that it might have been because of the Arius connotation of prosti?
No, I don't think this is just a synonym.
Yeah, I know.
They use it in the peripatetic tradition. So
yeah, as well, schesis.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. And the second remark, just because my paper is about that, the letter that you quoted by Basil is synopsis of the homoousian treatise about the difference between homoousios and homoousian. I will talk about it tomorrow, but it's not Basil. It's Basil, but of Ancyra.
Okay.
Yes, thank you. Are there any other remarks or comments? Yes, please, Thomas.
I got a remark, and thank you for a wonderful paper. Remark is that for Neoplatonics, the secondary substances were real in a full sense. This also is in my paper in a part which I did not read, because Neoplatonics was rather a compilation of Aristotle and Plato. So they treated categories of Aristotle as introductory treaty, but according to Plotinus' critique, Aristotle's category were only applicable to the natural world, and above there were categories but of Plato. So it seems to me after your presentation that Arius could be like a pupil of Neoplatonic school, but he went only to the first lecture. Because on the first lecture there was categories of Aristotle, which involve this material world, but he applied it to the intellectual world, which was rejected strongly by Plotinus. Yes, so he was more Aristotelian than we ever imagined. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Are there any other I would just again recommend a book by Thomas Boehm on Christology of Arius, where he treats this as well, the Neoplatonic, possible Neoplatonic background. Are there any other? Yes, please.
Just two comments. Thank you for your paper. It was very interesting. On page 3, you say that in the manuscript I have at least, you say that in this way the secondary substances are found in the primary ousiae and are not substances in the strictest sense of the term. But in the opening chapter, or rather early in the categories, Aristotle says that the secondary substances are said of and are not in.
Mm-hmm.
Which is rather important, I think.
I used the translation, I forgot the name, in Lloyd Classical Library. Maybe it was a mistake because I first applied my translation. And
there is another thing which seems to be an idea that has fastened among many of those that do not work professionally with the philosophical texts. I don't accuse you of not doing that. But it is on page 7, where you say that on the bottom of the page, at least in my manuscript, as we have observed, Aristotle maintains that the real substance, ousia, is the primary one. Well, it seems to me that this is not precisely the outcome of the studying of his works, because in Metaphysics, book 7, and on the soul, the anima, book 2, the first 2 chapters, I think, it is rather clear that the form, and in the anima, the soul, is the primary substance.
Okay.
Yes, thank you very much. We can perhaps close this part of our session. Thank you again.
Okay, thank you.
Paper and discussion, and the last part of our session will be a presentation of the center from Cluj-Napoca by 2 of our colleagues, Reverend Adrian Podaru and Reverend Claudiu Tutu. So I invite both to come here and to present us their work.
Thank you very much, Professor Karpikofan. First of all, I would like to express our gratitude, both of Father Tutsu and my gratitude, for having us here in this colloquium and for allowing us some space, some time to present our Center for Patristic Studies and Ancient Christian Literature from Cluj-Napoca in Romania, also known as Klausenburg, also known as Kolozsvár, because we are a city with different nations and different confessions. And due to this reason, but not due to this only reason, this center came into existence. The presentation will have 3 parts. The first part is a PowerPoint, which will be done by my friend Claudiu Tutsu. The second part will be only a short announcement. And after that, we will have 2 short videos of recommendation. We do not have letters of recommendation. In this case, we have 2 short videos of recommendations for our center, and you will recognize those 2 speakers in favor of us. Thank you very much. I will give the floor to Father Claudiu.
Thank you very much. I'm Father Claudio Tutsu from Cluj-Napoca, as Father Adrian was saying. And I would like to say that I'm here tonight because unfortunately one of our brothers, Father Daniel Buddha, had health problems. And Father Adrian asked our teacher, Teresa Heinhaler, if I could come. And because the time was very short during summer and so on, I decided to make a brief presentation of an initiative that was born a few years ago, just before COVID. So you can imagine how happy we were after 7-8 years of intense work, conferences, meetings, and so on, when we we had to deal with the COVID right after the foundation of the Patristic Center in Cluj in December 2018. So we had a year before the COVID. Anyway, I would like to make a brief presentation of our Patristic Center in Cluj, our newly founded Patristic Center. And I have tried to give it more or less, how can I say, like a confession, a form of a confession of our Patristic Center in Cluj. So I will start now. July 2010, Cluj-Napoca, Romania. This is the heart of Transylvania. After a number of years spent under the shelter of the Vatican Dome, more explicitly at the Augustinianum's Patristic Studies Center in Rome, a young graduate of patristic studies returns home with a smile on his face, a bag full of dreams, and a heart filled with zeal. The young man enters the ecclesiastical institution that blessed him with a scholarship to study at the Vatican for 8 years. Probably the best years of the young man's life. But this graduate student meets a conversation partner who loves to crush dreams. And he does crush dreams with joy. I'm dreaming, says the young man, of a center of patristic studies here in Cluj-Napoca, a center to provide a frame for patristic scholars of Orthodox, Catholic, both Latin and Byzantine, Lutheran and Calvinist background, Romanians and Hungarians alike, to meet, engage in discussions, and exchange ideas, should they find it appropriate. You shall never make it, thunders the answer like a lightning bolt in the cloudless sky. There is no way you can. We, so us the Greek Catholics, are too small in Romania. The Orthodox, the Lutheran, and the Calvinist shall not care about your dream one bit. I give you and your friends 2 years, and this is absolutely true. Those words are true, in which you will either give up the idea, you and your Catholic and Orthodox friends, and become like us, or you yourself will return to Italy and will turn your back to us. Either way, this dream is definitely meant to fail. This is how the welcoming words of a colleague with function, thus with weight, within the hierarchy of a church in Transylvania, Romania, sounded like in 2010. This is how a bold dream of collaboration on biblical and patristic texts between Romanians and Hungarians from Transylvania, between Orthodox, Catholic, Lutheran, and Calvinist researchers, all sons and daughters of the University of Cluj-Napoca, Romania, was sought to be killed. 13 years ago, in Cluj-Napoca, Romania, the idea of a patristic center that was affiliated at the university in Cluj, which would reunite 4 public faculties of theology, id est Orthodox, Roman Catholic, Protestant, and Greek Catholic, and 2 ethnic groups, Hungarians and Romanians, seemed inconceivable. And yet, a few daring dreamers, very few indeed, stepped forward, met, discussed, debated, agreed, and took actions to create a platform of academic, ecumenical, inter-ethnic, interdisciplinary, and interconfessional dialogue under the shelter of the patristic thought. These initial efforts were sustained by the repeated visits and the generosity of Father Professor Roberto Daro, former Preside, as the Italians call him, and Vice President of the Patristicum, positions he held for 24 years. With Father Roberto Daro, we visited 2 successive rectors of the Babeș-Bolyai University in Cluj-Napoca, first Mr. Andrei Marga, and later Mr. Ioan Aurel Pop, who were from the very beginning delighted with the perspective of a patristic center in Cluj-Napoca. Accompanying Father Robert, I had the opportunity to meet His Eminence Andrei Andreicuț, Orthodox Archbishop of and Metropolitan in Cluj-Napoca, as well as his personal secretary Valentin Vesa, currently His Excellency Monsignor Benedict, Vicar Bishop of Cluj-Napoca, who is a member of our patristic center. So in our newly founded patristic center in Cluj, we have an Orthodox bishop, which after he was elected, I humbly called him. This is between the lines. I humbly called him and I said, well, it's obvious that now your position has changed. If you want to not to be a member of the patristic center in Cluj anymore, we can fully understand. And the bishop said, no, Claudio, we have started together. We will continue together. So between the 18 members we have from different faculties of Cluj, we have the Bishop Vicar of Cluj-Napoca, Valentin Vesa. And alongside His Excellency, Benedict, Monsignor Benedict, I met Father Adrian Podaru, an energetic and refined intellectual with whom we struck an immediate friendship up, verging on the indestructible, being as we are, united in our philia by a holy admiration and sympathy for the spirit of the Holy Fathers. Again, together with Father Robert Dodaro, I had the joy of meeting Madam Reverend Olga Lukacs, Dean of the Faculty of Reformed Theology in Cluj-Napoca, who instantly joined our project. Last but not least, I would like to mention the good friend and current director of our center, Professor Andras Sobolc, Hungarian, so Romanian, but he has a Hungarian name, as you can easily read, from the Faculty of Roman Catholic Theology, Babeș-Bolyai University, who shows great willingness and benevolence in refining our plans and projects for the future, often bringing them to perfection. To test the general public's interest for the theology of the Holy Fathers, Father Robert Dodaro invited a number of Augustinian fathers to Cluj-Napoca, first among who was Father Angelo Di Berardino in November 2011. His humor, his acribeia, the complexity and refinement of the information he offered to a room full of students, medicine, mathematics, informatics, so not just theological students, theology students, gave us the courage to continue our project and represented a timely confirmation of the fact that we may continue to dream. In the following years, we received in Cluj-Napoca the visit of other Augustinian fathers and professors from the Augustinianum. With the description of Origen's orthodoxy, Father Professor Giuseppe Caruso engaged the sensitivity of a room full of students. After all this time, I still remember with minute precision the contradicting spiritual sensations we were all taken through. Why? You might ask. Because in a country and culture of Byzantine tradition, it is not at all easy, even in the year 2012, to imagine Origen painted on an icon in accordance with the strict canons of Oriental iconography, or that he be given potentially an acatist or a novena. Absolutely not. The following year, 2013, Father Robert Dodaro and Father Rocco Ronzani visited Cluj in turns. They made us aware that regardless of what course we choose in patristic research, first and foremost, we are in need of friends and masters to guide us through these remote worlds in time and space. All these novel patristic meetings, open not just to students from the theological faculties of the University in Cluj, but to the general public as well, circumscribed the certainty that it was time to take the next step, an international patristic congress. In collaboration with the Augustinianum's Center for Patristic Studies, the theological faculties of Babeș-Bolyai in Cluj-Napoca, Orthodox, Roman Catholic, Lutheran Calvinist, and Greek Catholic, organized the first major patristic in Transylvania, I think. On that occasion, renowned professors such as John Rist and Sever Voicu attracted young as well as experienced scholars of patristic studies from Romania, leading us all to hope for a new meeting in the coming years. The Patristic Congress, dedicated to Saint Dionysius the Areopagite from 2014, represented this cornerstone, this foundational pillar of the dream of establishing the Patristic Center in Cluj-Napoca. In 2016, it was followed by a congress on the image of the Father in the patristic period, where we enjoyed the participation and presentations given by professors like Herman Zalman, Michel von Paris, Innocenzo Gargano. Significant research results, profound theological patristic intuitions, subtle ironies, and exhortations for our lives, all inspired by the patristic period, waved on agreeable fabric into which we joyfully allowed ourselves to be bundled throughout the entire event. There followed a vital moment in the institutional development of our patristic center, May 2017, a framework agreement was signed between the San Giovanni Laterano University, to which the Augustinianum is affiliated, and the Babeș-Bolyai University in Cluj-Napoca. On 3rd December 2018, His Excellency Monsignor Enrico Dal Covolo, at the time the rector of the Pontifical Lateran University, and Mr. Ioan Aurel Pop, then a rector of the Babeș-Bolyai University in Cluj-Napoca, signed an agreement which stipulated the creation of the Center of Patristic Studies within the framework of the Babeș-Bolyai University as an institution and juridical entity under the immediate direction of the rector of the university. Thus, it does not depend juridically on any of the member theological faculties. After this key moment, from an institutional and juridical perspective, we return with renewed zeal to our interest for the theology of the Holy Fathers. Aside from the conferences held by the Augustinian Fathers from Rome in the years 2000, between the years 2011-2014, and seeing the success of the Patristic Congress organized between 2014 and 2016, a third initiative took shape at the Center for Patristic Studies in Cluj, the Summer School in Patristic Theology, which invites every year the participation of a limited number of students, 12 to 14 students. For 1 week, usually at the beginning of July, a guest lecturer from Western academia proposes a topic or a patristic author for further reflection during sessions held in the morning. Thus far, the following professors guided these morning sessions in chronological order. Professor Roberto Daro, the first one, then Emanuel Turp, Herman Töle, Pablo Argarate, and Joe Lelowski for 5 consecutive years. The afternoon sessions, in turn, are reserved for equally attractive and interesting patristic topics, this time, however, proposed by a Romanian researcher or professor. Alin Tat, Alexander Baumgarten, Matei Xenchuk, Marius Portaru, and Adrian Moraru. Each year, in the past few years, we dedicated the first week of July to Bohemians, as well as emerging researchers in patristics and ancient Christian literature, in Cluj-Napoca, of course. The COVID-19 pandemic, like everywhere else in the world, made it difficult and overrode in Cluj as well the enthusiasm for patristic studies and meetings. In spite of all this, the latest notable event for our center was the Patristic Congress held in Cluj-Napoca in 2022, entitled The Reception of St. Gregory of Nyssa in the Christian Traditions. On that occasion, we were immediately delighted to be joined in Cluj-Napoca by Professor Claudio Moreschini, Professor Giulio Maspero, His Excellency Benedict Vesa, Professor Herman Töle, and many other renowned professors from the West and the Romanian academic world. I would like to add a small detail that I think will give more color to this short presentation of a dream nourished by the enthusiasm of a few friends of the Holy Fathers. To date, not a single one of these initiatives, absolutely no cost related to accommodation, transport, and the meals offered in the course of these meetings have been in any way sustained by the university in Cluj-Napoca. Every expense, absolutely every single one, is covered by the generosity of a bishop from Cluj and the number of Orthodox, Catholic, and Protestant Christians who are willing to contribute to the development of a wish that became, with great effort and stubbornness, reality. To conclude, the essence of the Patristic Center in Cluj-Napoca resides in its ethnic, disciplinary, and confessional diversity. This is the foundation upon which the Patristic Center seeks to build its own identity and architecture, the inter-ethnic, interdisciplinary, and interconfessional character. Inter-ethnic because it reunites Romanians and Hungarians. Interdisciplinary because its members are not just theologians, but also scholars and students of history and philosophy and classical studies, respectively. Interconfessional because Orthodox, Roman Catholic, Greek Catholic, and Reformed theological faculties participate in equal measure to its initiatives. For this reason, it is undesirable that any of these foundational premises be dropped, lest the project unravel and fail to achieve its goal, to become a noteworthy interdisciplinary and interconfessional research platform both nationally and internationally. Before the last surprise I devised for my presentation at this event, I would like to offer a final piece of information. November 2022, with the express blessing of the Vatican's Congregation for Oriental Churches, with the sponsorship of the United States Conference of Catholic Bishops, and especially with the generous mediation of His Excellency Monsignor Claudiu Lucian Pope, the Greek Catholic Bishop of Cluj-Napoca, the Cluj Center for Patristic Studies has been awarded full financial coverage for a project to translate in the coming years the entire series Ancient Christian Commentary on Scripture, not in one, but in two languages, Hungarian and Romanian. The project is ambitious and stimulating for those of us involved, although being just our first translation project financed integrally, $600,000 for the coming 10 years. At the close of this presentation, I now give the floor to Professor Pablo Argarate and to Professor Giulio Maspero, collaborators and special friends of our Patristic Center, after Father Adrian would like to add a few words.
No, it's okay. It's okay. I stand. So as you can see, we are engaged now in the project of translation. We would like to translate Ancient Christian Commentary on Scripture. And the main purpose is pastoral. That is, we would like to deliver our priests, either Orthodox or Greek Catholic or Roman Catholic, how the interpretations of the Holy Fathers to the Scripture in order to preach better to their believers. The announcement is regarding our future symposium, which will take place next year on 5 and 6 of October 2024. The title, more or less, is Before and After Nicaea, and we would like to invite you all, starting from now, to take part to our symposium, which hopefully, and with the help of God, will gather great specialists as you are in our town, and you will be, I promise, you will be amazed at how wonderful can be in Cluj-Napoca. And for this, the two testimonies of Pablo Argarate and Giulio Maspero will give also testimony. Thank you.
Kalimera, αγαπητοί φίλοι. Good morning. Greetings from Graz. I would like to be with you there, but being the dean and having some necessary functions here, I could not attend this year. Your wonderful conference. Yeah, I'm sure you're enjoying the Greek hospitality, wonderful weather, olives from Kalamata. I would like to talk to you today very briefly about Cluj-Napoca and this Patristic Study Center. I have the honor and the privilege to give a course in the summer there for a week, a very intensive course with very good students. And I enjoyed not only the hospitality, but the expertise of our colleagues. I've been working there for a couple of years. And beyond this excellent level that they have, I would like to stress also what is this ecumenical approach, because at this center work colleagues from the Orthodox Church and from the Greek Catholic Church. And this is a project that I would like to support and to encourage our colleagues to continue doing that, and to the rest of us to attend Cluj and to support this center. Okay, greetings from Graz, and as I say, enjoy Kalamata. Tatapume.
When I turned 40, I was asked by Lord in UK and London what I was about to do in my life, because he told me that when you turn 40, you should be ready. You should know already what you want to do. And I answered, and it was very quick, it was what I had in my heart, that I want to build bridges. And he answered that if with a Welsh saying that is, if you want to be a leader, you should build bridges. And because of that, in my life, I've always been looking for bridges. And when I was invited to Cluj-Napoca, I didn't know anything about the Patristic Center there, but I was attracted by the fact that the center belongs to 4 different theological faculties of different confessions. And also Romania itself is a sort of bridge. So I was really attracted by this being a bridge of the city, of the country, and of the very patristic center. And when I went there, I was surprised, I was shocked, because this dimension of being a bridge is very clear. And somehow I was also impressed by the high level, scientific level, I would say, the level of faith there, and also the fact that this center, this patristic center, is really what I was looking for, a bridge between different confessions made with relationships, because also I studied relationships. I studied relations in the fathers, how they reshaped metaphysics, classical metaphysics, introducing relations inside the divine substance, changing somehow our worldview. And because of that, I am somehow an expert of relationships. And when I saw Father Adrian and Father Claudio there, I was impressed by their friendship. And I was impressed by the academic and scientific relationships there. And so I'm really attracted by this center, and I would like to help it as much as I can. Also, somehow they anticipate my dreams, because I see as something very important to organize summer schools for PhD students of different confessions. Because if we get to be friends when we are young, then we don't have an Orthodox theologian, a Reformed theologian, a Catholic theologian. We just have my friend who is Orthodox, my friend who is Lutheran, and so on. And I've experienced this in my life, and I want to share this with as many young scholars as I can. And I discovered that in Cluj-Napoca, they already have these summer schools. So I would like to stress that this patristic center is really a bridge, also from the disciplinary perspective, because they can do what the fathers did, that is to teach theology, bring it into the different faculties, the different schools of the university, to medicine, to the medicine school, to philosophy, to economics. This is what we need now, because we are, as Pope Francis says, living not just in a time of change, but in the real change of times, because we are moving from modernity to postmodernity. And in this moment, we are quite close to what the fathers of the church experienced. So we should learn from them, also to evangelize, to bring Christ to our people now. And I think that the Patristic Center in Cluj-Napoca is something unique, really important. It's a real bridge between confessions, between disciplines, between countries, areas, linguistic areas. And so I would like to support it as much as I can from my humble possibilities, but it's really a bridge, and it's really a relational place. And I know that these elements are key elements in the church and in our universities.
And as a conclusion, I would like to add only 2 sentences. First, as you could realize, the dreamer is Father Claudio Tuzzu. And no, but it's important because nothing is without the guidance from above. The dreamer is Claudio Tuzzu, and my name is Podaru, which means bridge maker. So the things comes to. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for having dedicated time to our small project here. I should have make a presentation. Unfortunately for me, the time was very short, very brief. And I would like to conclude with this question and then invitation. What could come out good from Romania? I want to invite you and see.
Come and see.
Thank you very much indeed for the presentation of this precious initiative. I don't know whether you might have remarks or questions addressed to our colleagues from Cluj-Napoca. Well, if not, then we can close our program of today. I mean, the scientific program, having opulent dinner ahead. And I invite you for tomorrow. We are starting at 10 o'clock again. And there is, if you are interested, as MS in the Catholic chapel here in surroundings in 7:30. So thank you again to the speakers of this long afternoon, and have a nice evening. Thank you again.